This is match number 25, the Demerara Pitbulls against Berbice Piranhas. Guyana T10 Blast continues today. Welcome to Enmore on the east coast of Demerara. Prayers had to be said because of the intervention of rains. The rain gods heard the prayers and they too have intervened. Good sunshine, hazy condition. Demerara Pitbull squad, Christopher Barnwell, he's the skipper. Damian Vantel, Floyd Joseph, Jaden Campbell, there's Jeremiah Scott, Jonathan Rampasad, Junior Sinclair, Keon Sinclair, Leon Swami, Malcolm Hubbard, and Sachin Singh. With me in the comebox, John Ransing. Good morning to you, John. We have seen the Pitbulls, we have the Piranhas on show.
It's 2 versus 4. The Piranhas today, Captain Pamal, Brandon Jaikaran, Gaffy Phillips, Krishna Singh, Najat Yurat Samson, Raji Fivan, Ricky Sargent, Ronaldo Rennie, Sega Hitaramani, and the test player Tej Narayan Chandapal. Familiar names in the Jeet and lots of spinners in this team. There's no seam on this time with the likes of Suresh Danai absent.
Yes, and I think the spinners are going to do well on a pitch once they pitch on good lines and the length. A little bit of a moisture out in the middle, almost no grass there, just some dead grass that has been rolled in the track. It's going to be a little bit slow to start, but as the sun continues, that's the reason why I think it was a good toss to win, with the Piranhas winning and deciding to have a field first.
Last time these two teams met in the Jeet, the Pitbulls batted first and got 93 for 7. Piranhas just couldn't get there, fell short by some 14 runs. It was low scoring, but it was full of excitement.
Yes, and we all were there at Maltino's. We enjoy that occasion. And if they can perform the same way here again and even improve, we're in for another thriller.
Just like you mentioned, yeah, it's a good toss to win. Looking at the conditions, lots of rain over the past few days in and around Guyana. So that pitch definitely has lots of preparation, moisture, especially at the top. So it will play a bit to pace like we saw in the early stages of this tournament right here at Enmore. So batting first is not what you want to do.
Yes, exactly. But that's the situation. It has been enforced on them. And we'll see how the two of them will come up. It's going to be Garfield Phillips to pick the bowling up. And we have Junior Sinclair, tall, slender. He's going to take the first delivery at the non-strikers end. Powerfully built Sachin Singh. And both youngsters will be looking to make full use of whatever opportunity in the 4 overs field restriction that is available to them. Here's the first delivery.
Oh, well done. Good start
Here by Garfield Phillips.
Phillips has been among the wickets. So again, the responsibilities with him with the new ball.
Nothing.
Yes, that was nicely flighted there, tantalizingly to the right-handed Sinclair. I think he will need a few more deliveries here to watch how the pitch is going to be playing. And this is high in the air, and that's going to clear the boundary ropes. It does, and that's a maximum. Waited on 2 deliveries, got his eyes in, and look at this one here, floated up. Sinclair is not going to have any of that. Dispatched it with disdain. Good-looking shot by Junior Sinclair.
It's a much bigger outfield than what we had at Maltino's over the past couple of days. And this one went sailing. There's a high wind here today as well in the Jeet. But that ball was pitched up, so you had a lot of time to get under it. He did so. A little bit of extra bottom hand in it. And it went sailing. Good shot. Safe shot.
Yes, certainly.
For the 4, we look at to add to that. 4 extras now. But in the Jeet, this Piranha side, lots of spinners, especially left-arm spinners, so they have lots of options. So Garfield Phillips with the new ball, should he be taken to the cleaners very early, like we're seeing now, there are options available to Veerasamy Pamal.
Yes, I do agree with you. Lots of left-arm spinners in this team. Suresh Dana is not a part of it here today. And the way Junior Sinclair is facing up here, you look at him, very intent. That's going to go into the covers. And this time a single, and you can see the bounce already. Not coming through, just holding up on the pitch a little. And it's expected. That's the reason why Veerasamy Pamal decided he's going to have a field for us. rains throughout the length and breadth of Guyana, especially southern Guyana. We want to sympathize, and lend moral support to our friends in Brazil. They're going through some disaster there, some flooding. And whenever it floods in that area, interior savannas of Guyana is threatened as well. Let's hope it's not another flood in this part.
Sachin Singh got 34 the last time these teams played. That was a game high 34. It was a winning hand as well.
Not a bad ball, but he pivoted nicely on the back foot there, Sachin Singh, and working it away down towards the short, backward square and collecting a single. 9 runs coming off the first over, good first over, and certainly with Sinclair on 7 and Sachin Singh on 1, I set in to see how the pitch is going to play. And John, I want to believe Sinclair and Sachin will want to make use of these 3 overs remaining in the power play.
That must be the plan.
What?
Look at the points table in the G. Like I said, 2 versus 4. Anacondas have taken a good lead. But Pitbulls there, if they win today, they will go right on their heels.
Ivan!
The Jaguars on 9 points, like the Pitbulls, but not playing today. The Piranhas in 4th position and 7. Recent matches abandoned all because of rain. So good to see some action, some live action. Finally, so 5 matches abandoned recently in the JIT.
Yes, certainly there were consecutive matches as well. And that will tell you the intensity of the rainfall here in Guyana. Well, when the rain gods come down, you pour. And it was just not, like buckets. One of our good friends from Barbados, Andrew Mason, normally said, it's raining cats and dogs, horses and pigs.
Another left arm spinner, Sargent. But they're not short on spinners at all, the Piranhas.
And what the spinners do, John, is to take pace away from the ball. And the pitch is compliant. It's not a pitch the ball is going to come through very quickly where it's going to bite and turn. You're going to have a little bit of spin on it. But most of the time, the ball is going to slide on these kinds of surfaces. So that is what they will be looking for.
You can see as well where the batters are standing. So the moisture is definitely on top of that pitch. He's going to go wrong the wicket now. Sargent in the air. It's coming this way, just below where we are operating. And that is 6 runs very early in the over.
Well, he judged the bounce beautifully there, Junior Sinclair, and got into his crease a little bit deeper there. Look at this one here. Kept his eyes, waited on the bounce and played it beautifully. That's another maximum. If he can stay there for a few more deliveries, that score will certainly skyrocket.
He held his base nicely. And no turn, like you said, so he trust the pace and went in with a shot. It will be difficult to say what type of total will be a good one here at Enmore. Good open field. And despite the rain, the pitch is actually looking good. Outfield, you can say because of the rain, it's a bit dark. Pulled away. Another maximum in the over. That was too short this time from the bowler.
Yes, and Ricky Sargent, he doesn't have time to learn. This is T10, far too short. Look at this one where it's pitch. Had all the luxury in the world, and Junior Sinclair, he's not going to miss out on that one. Great shot.
Lucky to be playing all the games so far, Sargent. I think he's had enough. He just don't want to be here. That was a very bad delivery.
Even that one was a little bit too short as well, but it didn't get up like the previous one. That's the reason why he just played it away down towards the cover region. But once he's short, Sinclair will definitely go after him. So 2 overs gone, 23 without loss and good, healthy scoring rate. This is what you want your openers to give you. And especially Junior Sinclair. Sachin has been relatively quiet. 2 runs from 3 deliveries. No problem. He will take a little bit time because his partner is doing extremely well. Sinclair, 20 from 9. Singh, 2 from 3, like I said. Phillips' force over went for a few. 9 and 14 runs came off the last over delivered by the left-arm spinner in Ricky Sargent. Enmore looks beautiful today here, John. Not blazing sunshine, hazy condition, maybe some Sahara dust in the atmosphere as well. And it looks good. The ground, the greenery there, spanking.
Lovely indeed. Phillips to continue. Trying to get under him again, like we saw in the previous over. But something about Garfield Phillips indeed, upon delivering, just uses his fingers a little bit. Do not ring his body like traditional left-arm spinners. Just goes a bit front on, but uses his fingers a lot.
Yes, and I think Garfield Phillips is having a good tournament at some time convenient to our technician. Well, he's showing Sachin Singh's form here. Started with a 0, then 34, 12, 16, 12. He surely will want to improve that as well. He's a very good player. His scores doesn't really reflect his skills.
That 34 was a match-winning 34 against the Piranhas. Still his best score in this tournament. Good pickup from the Urat. And what we'll see a lot of 2s on this ground because it's a much bigger ground than Maltino's. So you'll see the players, the batters getting the opportunity not only for the boundaries, but for 2s. It is a high-scoring venue.
It is, and that was a good-looking shot by Sachin Singh. Didn't look to hit it too hard, realizing once he gets it in that direction, they will come back for the 2.
Picked up nicely. Nice big shot again in the jeet. And there's a high wind there, but that one went sailing even. The high wind couldn't stop it.
Well, I think everything went wrong here for Garfield Phillip, heading down the leg side and picked up beautifully this time by Sachin Singh. Lots of risk into that shot, strong there. And that's another maximum.
And maximizing the field restrictions that we're in right now. The deep fielders, they'll feel that long on. And a deep mid wicket, but that went pretty safe. So what we're noticing as well, not trying to be bogged down by dot balls. So despite the boundary balls not being served up all the time, Sinclair and Singh, they're prepared to run as well.
Yes, and this is a good strategy. I mean, it's T10 version of the game. You want to ensure that you score almost from every single delivery. Too many dot balls will work against your team. And I think this opening pair, they're doing a splendid job. We're just in over number 3. And look at that score, 33 so far. And John, we have seen in few previous matches, lots of dot deliveries. And the reason why is that because batters were blocking rather than looking for singles. Look at all those opening gaps. You have to be smart about this cricket. Drop it with soft hands. Be aware where the scoring opportunities are. And these two are given a fine batting display as openers.
Phillips' final delivery of his spell. And it's traveling. Oh, good effort in the end, but it was not good enough. Goes for another 6.
At one time, I felt that he would have been doing there a Nigel Deodat that we saw at the Maltino's ground. Look at this effort by Quinton Sampson. High in the air, he had to judge the boundary, got it into the hands, close to the ropes. He's just bubbled out. But what a fantastic effort there to bring over number 3 to an end. 40 without loss. Sampson, give him 100% for effort.
He had to cover some distance as well, so he almost overran the ball. Wicket takers in this tournament so far, the leading one for Sammy Pamal, the big Pirahna. Phillips right behind him, as Ashman there is, tied on 10 wickets each. So Phillips did not add to that tally today. None for 26 from his 2 overs. So like I said, high scoring venue. So 2 overs from Phillips,
You ball,
plus
right,
26 runs without taking a lot of risks. These batters are on top.
They're definitely on top. The Piranhas will have to do something differently here today. Rajiv Ivan has come into the bowling attack. He brings experience, has done well so far. And on these kinds of pitches, he can be a force to reckon with. But I'm afraid he might very well have his work cut out here today with these 2 guys going.
First ball is hit back over the head of the field at long on. That's a maximum. What a way to welcome the off spinner to the attack.
Yes, great shot. Look at this one here, Sinclair. Getting under it and delivering. That's it ferociously up to the right of the old commentary box. Great shot by the right-hander. And this is going to wake up Rajiv Ivan.
Early up in the tournament, Sinclair was unlucky to get out with some cheap scores, some very low scores. Some decisions went against him, he would feel. But this time he has a start. You want to make this count. The fastest 50 in the tournament is 14 deliveries. He's not going to get that, but will want to get at least a half century and keep going from there. Perfect start.
Yes, certainly 28 from 12. You'll take that any day. He's a tall guy and he muscles into those deliveries. He knows how to hit sixes. Somebody who is suited for the shorter format of the game at this juncture in his career. You see that, John? This is sensible cricket. Smacked a 6. He's not going to block. He played it with very, very soft hands there. That's the reason why they were able to take the single. Hunting for runs. It's a mindset. If you have a defensive mindset, you won't be able to play that kind of shot. But he's positive. Good for him.
Good scoring rate. Projected score over 140 at this stage. Singh at the other hand, despite 17 from 7, has been relatively quiet compared to Junior Sinclair.
Down the track and delivers. That's a maximum written all over it. Beautiful use of the feet there. Dancing down the track like a true Guyanese dancer. Look at him coming down the track and picked it up magnificently. That's the way you play spin. Good use of the feet. You get there, you know exactly what you want to do. That's a fabulous shot.
50 on the board now for the Pitbulls. Coming up in the 4th. Love to see when batters use their feet. All pressure now on Ivan.
Well, he had to put on the brakes there. A little bit jittery for him. Slide. Now he's going to take those pads off. I'm afraid that he has done something to the knees or it's the ankle. Could have been the knees. There's where he's holding the knees. Sometimes those can be dangerous. Ball and socket joint, John, and you go on your brakes there, you skid. Thank heavens, he's a youngster. Everything is in place.
Yes. The injuries have been following him around, but he's good. Not getting it in the middle, but enough to get it over the ropes.
Well, he had to stretch a little for this one, but had the room and the width. Lovely looking shot over the head of the mid-off, and it went away to the boundary for 4. So despite we're not having water molecules coming from the heaven, John, it's raining 6 and 4 here at Enmore of the bat of Sachin Singh and Junior Sinclair.
17 in the over already. So it's popped. You'll get that on this track.
Yes, you can expect a few like those. 4 overs gone, 57 without loss. A dream start here for the Demerara Pitbulls, having been sent into bat. And if they continue like this, with Christopher Barnwell still in the dugout, we know his capability is the kind of start that you're looking for. Jeremiah Scott, as far as catches are concerned, 5. He's taken some brilliant ones at Maltino's. Thaddeus Lovell, 6 as well. These guys have brought up some stunning catch. Rampatab Ramnath with 5. And you remember that beauty taken by Nigel Deodat. Down on the long on boundary. Block it out of the air.
It's good that you're speaking about beauty and Jeremiah Scott. He's also been involved in some runouts. Some beautiful cricket he has been playing. You don't often hear those words in the same sentence in the JIT.
Yes, I agree with you, John. I think Jeremiah Scott is somewhere listening to you, John Ramsing. I haven't seen him for a while, but he's here, I understand.
If you're looking for experience, here is where Sami Pamal, the captain as well of the Piranhas. So the big fish is now into the attack.
Yes, he has brought himself into the attack to calm things down a little. He's bowling to Sinclair. Let's see how calming influence he will have. It's a lovely on drive. You see the flick of the wrist there. Everything over the ball. Just a single, but he has done the job, getting a forced run of the first delivery.
Strike rate for both of these batters are well over 200. So that is exactly what the Pitbulls were looking for. Remember, they were sent in. Look at Sachin Singh, 245, 3 sixes and a 4 already. So the Piranhas won the toss and said, Pitbulls, you go have a bat first. The last time these teams met, Pitbulls got 93, but they defended it down in the last over.
Yes, that was a brilliant game, exciting match. And did he get an edge onto that one? And they in fact took the single there. By signal by the umpire, no touch whatsoever. But look at this. That's an excellent delivery there. Backing away, looking to give himself room. And Virasamy Pramal following his man. With all his experience, he has come to the fore so far.
Brandon Jaikaran is the keeper. Just couldn't hold on. Got a glove to it. He's looking for the gap. Junior Sinclair. Not a boundary ball. Not looking to take chances against Pamal, but still working the gaps and running.
Yes, and like I said all along, this is excellent batting. I am extremely happy for what I'm seeing here. It's not only for the team, but it augurs well for the development of players themselves. You cannot be bogged down allowing deliveries to be scores. A dot, this is high in the air. Dave, that is not going to get there. And that's gone away down towards, in fact, clear the ropes for a maximum once again. Good connection here by Sachin Singh.
Backing himself nicely, went down and got under it. And let the bat do the talking there. Did not get it out to the middle of the bat, mind you. Down towards the toe end. But the connection was good. Phillips there had no chance.
And here again you see John, very sensible cricketer, smacked a maximum, realizing this one is not in the slot, just turning it away and scoring the single. And already 9 runs with still 1 delivery remain in this over. Fantastic start here by the Demerara Pitbulls. A big swing of the bat. That's going to clear the forward square, bang onto the zinc. That's another maximum of the tall Junior Sinclair. And Virasamy Pamal has gone for 15 runs off his first over. Look at this one. Ruman with heading down the leg side. And he picked it up magnificently. Boy, oh boy, great start here. The overs come to an end here, John. Fast, fleeting first 5 overs to them. More from you, and you'll be joined by Naim Chan.
At the start of the over, you mentioned Pamal. We looking to put the brakes on these batters, but certainly against the grid. 215 fours to go 236 sixes in the tournament. Akshay Prasad is on both of those charts. Quinton Sampson by far leading on the sixes race. The last delivery that was hit square of the wicket. That was a beautiful pickup shot. Sinclair and Sachin Singh, good partnership so far. Singh is now onto his highest score in the tournament, as is Junior Sinclair. So both of them having a very good start to their game. So Naim, 5 overs gone, good score.
Nice shot there, John. Almost spanked away down to long off. Just a single. But it has been a fantastic start, as you mentioned before. And Inderjeet joined in explaining that 37 sin cleared. Those have been splendid runs coming off the meat of the bat almost on every occasion. Sachin Singh also finding his rhythm as he progresses.
Cigarette Hitramani is into the attack. That one hit was hit back powerfully. Former national under 19 player Hitramani. That's short, but pace off.
Well, he's certainly having some movement here, John, and I want to believe it's because of the high windy conditions existing at Enmore. This has always been a ground where you have a high wind coming across. Inside edge this time, it'll just get an easy single. But I was so pleased coming down to the ground to see the weather conditions improving, because a lot of the games had been abandoned at Maltino's in Georgetown, and good to see that East Coast is coming to the rescue. Nice conditions. In the air. Someone is going to get under this. No, even the mighty Samson can get there. Now, Samson has had a wonderful tournament with the bat, with the ball, and also, in fact, with more exuberance in the fielding department. Himself and his brother have taken two of the best catches in the tournament so far. And when I thought that Quincy had taken the best, we saw little Nigel Deodat. And that beautiful catch. Question asked, the umpire is responding, bringing an air of surprise from the batsman. It was almost a half-hearted appeal, and Junior Sinclair looks disgusted and as though he doesn't believe what just happened. But the umpire has the last say. He's in position, and Junior Sinclair comes back to the pavilion after quite a good knock. It's gone 76 for 1.
Pace off in this over, so Hitramani coming and getting the breakthrough. And you felt that something was going to give. Just 3 singles in that over, Naim, and the wicket off the last ball. So when he started bowling, we were trying to get him away, but because he was taking pace off and bowling with a little bit of extra bounce as well, that made a bit of a difference. And in the end, Pitbulls losing their first wicket after 6 overs. Nice partnership, good foundation laid.
Super, really fantastic. And the platform, the important thing here, the platform that has been set for the arrival of Christopher Barnwell. We saw one spanking innings at Maltino's. I saw quite a few of them, actually. Quite a few excellent fielding performances. I think that young Thaddeus Lovell is one of those whose exuberance in the field, the energy that he puts into it, like the Sinclair family and Samson's family. I've seen some sparkles coming out of the tournament, and it augurs well, because this is the inaugural tournament, Jeet.
Yes, Naima, and certainly Virasamy Pramal and the Piranhas will feel extremely delighted to see the back of Sinclair. Fantastic opening stance, 76 for the loss of 1. They'll take that any day. But that man just out in the middle, he's tall, he's powerfully built, and he is the strongest of the Pitbulls out in the middle. Barnwell will relish this start. If it's his day, that score is going to really gallop.
In the air, very, very unsafe, but the ball, unsafe shot. The ball was in no man's land, so I think they're pretty happy afterwards. Yeah, Barnwell will relish the conditions and the platform set here by the openers. Really an uppish shot, awkward. But he survives. There was no one close in. There's a man now at shortish mid-wicket, Jeet, and I think Barnwell is going to be very, very cognizant of that.
Yes, and I think what Barnwell is going to do here, or what he should do, is to ensure he gets his eyes in. You'll see him play a few deliveries looking for singles, unless it's a bad ball, and then he's going to go to put that one away.
Nice cricket, short, back, punching. Nice, clean bit of fielding there at extra cover.
Yes, and two veterans going at each other here, Virasamy Pramal And Christopher Barnwell, who has just come out into the middle.
That one bounced appreciably. We're seeing some funny movements, actually. Some of them being held back, some of them just rising dangerously.
Pramal is bowling wide of the off stump. Not a bad ploy at all. Asking Barnwell just like that, go over the top of cover or try to pull it from outside the line of the off stump. I think it's a good strategy here. You don't want to give Barnwell something that is just outside off stump. If you're bowling outside off stump, let it be a little bit wider. That's a dot delivery here. And the thought here, Virasamy Pramal, if I can frustrate Christopher Barnwell, you know, this might cause him to play out of character. It's been a good 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive dot balls. Excellent stuff.
Good over there, Virasamy Pramal. I think he had the last laugh. But I'm wondering whether Virasamy Pramal is hesitating to put a bit of aggression. There was no slip. Although it missed the outside edge of Barnwell on a few occasions, there was no slip, no forward short leg, no silly point. So he's tempering his approach here, Virasamy Pramal. But I dare say he had the last laugh in the last over.
Just a single. Since the fall of Sinclair's wicket for 38 from 20 deliveries. So just a single in that over, 7th over. So Segar Hitarmani, who got the breakthrough in over number 6, coming back for his second over. He's going to finish his spell. Phillips, 3 dot balls, none for 26. Sargent, I don't think we'll see him again. None for 14. Ivan, none for 17. There's young Nigel Durat as an option. Quinton Sampson with pace on.
Straight down the ground. Good. What a superb effort there. Quinton Sampson there, just speeding across the sward here at Enmore. Superb bit of fielding.
A good save shot from Singh to begin with. Like you mentioned, just a bit sighted here because of that post in the way. But good effort from Sampson. So that's competitive cricket. No team wants to give the other team a little bit of an advantage.
That one is well timed. This might carry all the way. 4 runs, crashing away there. Superb batting here from Sachin.
Wide of the off stump this time and lofted shot. Beautiful inside out, but just did not get enough onto it to take it over the ropes. He's eyeing a half century. He's on 43. His best knock. Previous best was against this very opposition. Seems to like the Piranhas.
Well, it's good to see that some of the players, whether it's in the bowling department or batting department, are beginning to find their rhythm. Sachin is finding his. He had a previous highest score of the 30s. He's past that now, 43 off 19. In there, this is going to carry all the way. Straight over the top, wide long on, and Sampson had absolutely no chance there. In the meat of the bat, this youngster is timing the ball well.
Hitarmani is beginning to get a bit too predictable for Sachin. So that was outside the lane of the off stump. And he just had to fetch it nicely. 245 strike rate remains with him. 5 sixes and 2 fours. So he's really looking to take advantage of the Piranhas bowling. He's in good form. And he's looking to make maximum use of it on the verge of a half century now.
On drive. This one is flat along the ground this time. Just a single. That brings up his 50. Sachin Singh, 50. Gets a hearty round of applause from his colleagues in the just to the side of the commentary box. So excellent shot.
50 from 21 deliveries, 2 fours and 5 sixes. And congratulated by his captain who's with him. He also played for the same club in Georgetown, the Demerara Cricket Club.
Driven, just a single. Now that's a dangerous fielder. You've got to be absolutely careful when Sampson is coming around to field. On that occasion, I think that's one of the strangest sights you can have. Quinton Sampson misfielding.
Barnwell is off the mark. The last time the Pitbulls got 93 for 7, so on the verge of passing that. He's losing his shape. Phillips. In the V's are usually the biggest part of the ground. It's a lot of work for Phillips to do. He cut off the boundary but couldn't prevent the second. 8 gone, 94 for the loss of 1.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Hitaramani is taken off the bowling at this stage. Well, he's finished his 2, but Ricky Sargent was taken off. And by policing terms, Ricky Sargent can now be renamed to Ricky Constable. Am I right?
94.
Oh, definitely. Look at the wagon wheel for Sachin Singh. He favors the onside, and some of the deliveries that were served up to him allowed him to really express himself through the onside. Sinclair and Singh got the innings off to a flying start. 5 sixes to Sinclair before he was stumped for 38. So 2 extras as well. Not a lot. We've seen the extras reducing as the tournament has progressed.
Well, as I mentioned before, John, some of the batsmen were trying to find their rhythm. Some have found it. Junior Sinclair, I get the distinct impression that he's middling the ball now. There are a few others, like Chandrapal Hemraj, is simply not finding the rhythm that we know he all has. Even Tejnarayan Chandrapal, on his first game that I saw at Maltinos, was practically unimpressive. And then in the next match, he was beginning to find that rhythm. And I'm glad to see that the youngsters, after struggling on 1 or 2 or 3 occasions, can come to the fore, find that rhythm that I'm talking about, and play their game. Ricky Sargent, or Ricky Constable, may I say? He's probably gotten back his badge. He's been brought from the top end, high wind. And the success comes immediately. Immediately, I probably get inspectorhood now after that. But good comeback, good fight back there from Ricky Sargent. He was being devastated by almost all of the batsmen. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, he gets the wicket of Sachin Singh.
50 from 22. 2 fours and 5 sixes. 94 for the loss of 2. A little bit of turn there from Ricky Sargent. Like you said, with that wind as well. He got some turn. Went through a bit quicker. And Singh losing his wicket. Good knock. Sargent has the capabilities now, so that's why they brought him back, even with 1 over to go after this. When the batters were expected to try to go after everything, just couldn't get under him. A little bit of turn, that was enough.
Well, he doesn't only have that. I think he's a very gutsy player, because the beating that he sustained in his first over, I'm surprised that even the captain wanted him to come back again, but he's come, taking revenge. Good wicket, good cricket. I think that ball came in from outside the off stump and slowed up. I think he was beaten on pace there. That's Sachin Singh I'm talking about.
So 2 fresh batters at the crease, but very dangerous batters as well. So the openers back in the pavilion. They got the innings off to a flying start, 76 after 6. Now they're asking the captain and Damien Vanta, who's just gotten there, to finish well.
Just get a single here. But I saw some thunderous shots also from Vantel in one of the games at Maltinos. So all of these players have come, and I'm so happy too for this tournament, because the world is going in this direction, John. T20, T10, all the bashes and lashes, may I say. And so they need, and the authorities of the West Indies need to have these players geared for these competitions.
Lots of white ball cricket, color clothing, black side screens. It's all in the making for some fun.
That comes off the inner part of the bat. Barnwell is interested in a second, and I think Vantel quite rightly disagreed. But Barnwell is not middling the ball, that's for sure. I think his head was in the direction of mid-off in that last shot. It came off the inner part of the bat, down to long on.
So the ball is yet a little bit of drift. With this breeze in Naim. Not able to get it out to the middle of the bat. But it's a good comeback. After the 6th over, 76 on the board. But when Sinclair was dismissed, the scoring rate dipped tremendously. They were on the verge of a 150 score, but now projected score is under 120.
You must give Sargent some credit here. And to keep in a sustained way, to have Barnwell denying him of his big appetite that he has for hitting the ball out of the ground, and has not been able to do that. Really a good comeback here from Ricky Sargent.
A wicket and 4 singles. First over for him went for 14. Ah, no, it was quicker. And the batter trying to get back onto it. Went between his legs. Good half stop by the wicketkeeper as well. So good over. 5's in it.
Absolutely, John. Very, very good comeback there from Sargent. And he has managed, even more than Veerasamy Permaul, to put in Guyanese parlance a check on the scoring rate.
Look at that start. Over number 6, just 3 runs, then 7, a single, then 8 went for 17, and now this over 5 runs. So it means now the last over, we're down to the last over, depends on how many the Pitbulls can muster. Then we'll have a good chase. Quinton Sampson, leading run scorer, 222. He's in a club by himself there. Nobody else above 200 except Sampson.
And nobody with that strike rate as well. Well over 200. No one else with that strike rate.
And if you look at Akshay episode 179, then the third player is 144. So the two of them have opened up a big gap with Sampson, extending that lead tremendously. He has the most 6s as well in the tournament, 23 of them.
And some of the most brilliant catches too, I believe.
Over number 10 is going to be bowled by Rajiv Ivan, the 37-year-old from Port Morant.
Another shot that's false. His head was all the way down the ground, took the inside edge. So I think these bowlers have done extremely well. That's the 100 coming up there in 9.1. But you must compliment this bowling between Ivan and also from Ricky Sargent to really put on the brakes on these batsmen. And Barnwell is in pretty good form at the moment.
Strike rate for him is less than 100 at this stage. Coming up in the last over. When Singh and Sinclair were at the crease, we expected that to come much earlier. But that's what wickets will do to a side. It will most times, more often than not, reduce that scoring rate. This is a good sign for the Piranhas that have picked up some wickets and bring the scoring rate into check.
Up to now, Barnwell simply can't put it away. He might just have to settle for a single. Bit of fumble there in the field, and so it gives them the opportunity for the second run. So we've lost the sunshine, murky kind of conditions. And in the far distance, the weather forecast says it's going to have some rain in the morning and then peter off into very cloudy conditions as the day goes by. Missing again, John. Barnwell is simply not getting his eye in. He has been at the loser's end for most of his innings so far.
Yeah, good turn as well. That ball kept a bit low. I think that lack of bounce is what saved Rajiv Ivan, because that big bat of Barnwell was actually swinging. So turn and a little bit lack of bounce on that occasion saved the bowler. So Barnwell, how often do you see this? Especially in T10 format. Less than 100 strike rate.
And when you juxtapose the two opening batsmen, Sachin and Junior. Big shot down the ground. This might just get away for 4. It does. Nigel Deodat, if I'm correct, from long on, couldn't get around in time. It's good to see him timing the ball well, that coming off the meat of the bat.
Deodat had to put in a dive there to stop that one, but conditions like these with a little bit of a moisture on the top of this outfield, players will not want to risk it too much. Yeah, good save shot in the end, and look at that strike rate, up to 100 now.
Barnwell wouldn't like that strike rate. He wants a higher one. Can't get past that sprinting Samson down at long off. Excellent fielder. He's highly energized. He puts everything into his game. He plucks balls out of the air from nowhere, convert them to catches. And if I thought he was alone, he had his brother Quincy as well.
So we're down to the last ball of the innings. 108 for 2. Losing his shape, but will get a single to end the innings. 109 for a loss of 2. Vancouver will finish on 4. Captain Barnwell run a ball 13. 109. We felt that the Pitbulls left some runs out there, 9.
They left some runs eventually, and you have to say thanks to Sachin and Junior, who really blasted their way to 76. Look at the scoreboard here: 38 Junior Sinclair in 20, Sachin 50 in just 22. Excellent knock. Barnwell managed 13, run a ball. Vantul was searching all over the place, 4 in 5 balls. It's not extravagantly good batting coming down to the end. But you must give some compliments to the bowling side.
Yeah, after the start from Phillips, Sargent and Ivan, they pulled things back nicely after the 6th over, with Sigahit Rahmani getting the breakthrough, finishing with 1 for 20. And Sargent getting the wicket as well after his expensive first over, 1 for 18. A lot of bowlers did not get wickets, but decent in the end to reduce this side to 109. So it means that you'll have to get 110 to win. Last time they got 93 and defended it. Which way will it go? We'll find out after this break.
Quad, Pirahnas.
Enmore, the story is that the Pitbulls made 109, the Piranhas 110 to win this T10 Blast. So the venue, for those people who are monitoring us, had changed from Maltinos because of the weather conditions. And so we're up on the east coast of Demerara. That's what happened when the Pitbulls batted Sachin Singh, stealing the show 15-22. 38, brilliant knock from Sinclair off 20, Barnwell 13 off an even 13 balls as well. So the players just about taking or making their way out to the middle, the ground staff just putting the finishing touches, the umpires having some final discussions, perhaps not too pleased as yet, so the ground staff still doing some rolling there.
Yes, Naeem, and coming up this afternoon, we'll have the Berbice Caimans against the Demerara Hawks, and that too will be a very interesting one. And tomorrow, two more other matches here at Enmore. I'm happy that these games are coming to the countryside of Guyana. We had quite a few abandoned games before this one here. 5 abandoned games, and you recall the first round action too. We have some abandoned games. Thanks to the rain gods, they've allowed play to continue, and good to see match coming at Enmore. The ground looks good. The heavy roller is being used on the pitch, and you look here at the points table. Anacondas 8, they are at the top on 12, followed by the Pitbulls and Jaguars. Jaguars having one more match than the Pitbulls. They're locked in at 9. 2 other teams on 7. Piranhas 8 matches, Kimman 7 matches, and down at the bottom of the table the Demerara Hawks. They're just on 4. So the Pitbulls score 109 for the loss of 2-9. They had a fantastic start of 73 for 1. 5 overs. They scored heavily, but they'll be disappointed in the last 5. Quinton Sampson, 222 runs, followed by Ashkaya Prasad, 179. Christopher Barnwell, 150. And quite a few others scoring that 100 in that 100 club. And Sampson is a lone man in that 200 club and a little bit way ahead. So the two openers are already out in the middle. Naim, 35 runs from the last 5 overs. They will feel they have shortchanged themselves.
Absolutely, Jeet. Because 76 when the first wicket went down, they were well over 50 at the end of 5 overs, as you mentioned a short while ago. So I think the Pitbulls can safely feel that they should have done a little better. But the bowling came back to haunt them, especially Ricky Sargent, who was devastated earlier on, and Ivan also putting, as we call it, a check on the scoring rate. So leaving them with just 109, and as you rightly said, that they could be dissatisfied with themselves. Should have been around 120 maybe, would have been a better score based on the scoring rate in the first 5 overs.
Stage 9, Chandapal. That's a huge shout for leg before there. Apparently the only thing might have saved them is a little bit baton to that. We shall watch. Leon Swami right on target. That one swung back into the left-hander. That's a great delivery to start with, and he's lucky. The thinnest of edges.
Yeah, I see he kept holding his bat up in the air, indicating to umpire Latif that he'd got a nick onto it coming back from outside the off stump.
Well, that doesn't work. The umpire is the one that makes the final decision. Just maybe to influence the umpire.
Nice on drive, but straight to a man down at long on. So just a single. We saw a few of these in Tej Narayan's first game I saw at Maltino's with him, where he was driving everything, some very ferociously, but along the ground. His second match, he came back and put them over the boundary. So I thought that he was finding his rhythm. And somewhere along the line, of course, he's quite an orthodox batsman, Jeet. He's not accustomed to going over the top.
Yes, and if he wants to go over the top, he can go. I think it's the mindset and what the game demanded at the time. Was a pity that he never got the strike really after scoring a single off the first ball in the match that they lost by 1 run.
Outside edge. Well, open face of the bat is, might just be able to go into the boundary. Yes, it does. But he opened the face of the bat inside out, and that's a shot that has become so world famous these days, with batsmen opening the face and getting it as for many as 6 runs.
Yes, and looking for that third man gap, he did split 3 fielders there and getting the boundary, so that's going to give Ronaldo Rennie a lot of confidence. And it's important that you look in these first 4 overs, you know, that are termed the power play overs. You look at scores here from Rennie, 320 North and 10. Looking to improve this one this time.
He's a very plucky little batsman for his size. That one was pitched up and he was driving ferociously down to the offside deep. But he gives you the impression that he will be easily bullied, if you like. He's quite happy with his size and he's timing the ball pretty well. Now that's slapped away almost off the hip there, coming back for a second well-deserved round 2. And if you notice, the batsman really was not fighting up to come back for the second. He was probably good enough to gauge it. But that was getting a bit close at one stage because his bat was in the air and he was casually going for the second.
Yes, Naeem, and I know that you played some tennis in your time. That shot reminds us of a forearm smack through mid-wicket. Good-looking shot. He played it late.
Over the top this time. That should carry all the way. It's crawling towards the boundary. Just pull back there. Nice bit of work from the fielder. A deep long on. And the batsman, in the meantime, will cross for 2. But I think that was a calculated shot, Jeet. It was short, he was back, he hoisted it, and punched it almost over the mid-on.
Yes, 1 over gone, 9-run score. Not bad at all when you're hunting 100 and how much? 10 for victory here after they scored 109. You look at that. Sachin Singh, blistering 50 of just 22 balls, 2 fours and 5 sixes, while Junior Sinclair, 5 sixes of 20 balls, 38 runs. Barnwell struggled, 13 from 13, and Vantel, 4 from 5. When you thought that they should have improved in the last 5, we saw some good bowling coming from a Sargent, kept them at bay. Here now chasing down, that's the Pitbulls to that 110. They are 9 without loss. I think it's a good start in the circumstances.
Good start, because they don't want at the same time to lose an early wicket. I think that's the rationale both batsmen, Rini and Tej Narain, they're working on.
Yes, Junior Sinclair. Delivery just a little bit outside the line of the off stump on the back foot, came off slow from the pitch, and he found the cover fielder can't score. So they'll need to string a few dots in defending this 109 that they score. Of course, the Piranhas, they have other ideas.
We saw a similar scenario with Tej Narain Chandapal in the first game I described him at Maltimore's, where he was whacking the ball around but straight to the fielders.
Yes, he was looking for that gap. 26 and 23. His scores suggest that he spent some time out in the middle in those previous game. His timing is badly off here. Good delivery by Junior Sinclair. Bowling him in those difficult positions. No width, no room. He has to make shots, scoring shots.
Forcing it again, but straight to long on. A few deliveries ago, when Tej cover drove it, shortish ball, could have hoisted it, just tipped it over the slip. There's a solitary slip and a short backward point. There's no one else at the back of his left-handed stance that he takes. And so I think he's struggling in that sense and not picking the gap, playing the right shot.
Well, he's foremost a player for the longer version of the game, 4-day cricket and test cricket. This is a different kettle of fish.
And that's why I'm glad that he's kind of understanding his role as the time goes by in the air between cover and extra cover. The batsmen are going to get 2 here. He's a pretty diminutive looking batsman, Rennie. And so that one made some height, choking him and cramping him for space.
Yes, and he played it well in the end because he still manages to squeeze it through the cover region and collecting 2 runs.
He settles there now. He started off in a little blaze, may I say. Timing well. Over the top. Not over the top. He's taking comfortable catch. Down at mid-off. I think it was a situation where they're looking at the scoreboard. This is almost 2 overs completed. They've got 12. They're behind in the scoring rate, and he was trying to force it.
Yes, I think they shouldn't be worried with that scoring rate 9 because it was well on target. Good simple catch by Damian Vantel down in that position. They have lost their first wicket in over number 2. I think he was looking to go over the head. Look at this. He went deep under the ball, didn't get it the way he wanted it. The power was off, and that's because he didn't time it to perfection. And he has gone, Ronaldo Rennie. Might be feeling that someone had to take the chances in the first couple of overs.
And this is the power play. I don't think that you can blame them for conceptualizing that they need to go over the top in the initial 4 overs.
Well, I feel my personal opinion is that they should. They want to make use of that. It's T10 cricket. You are staring down the barrel of a gun, getting past 100. Few teams would have done that to win the game. Not a bad ploy. You must make use of those 4 overs. The thing is that he doesn't have the power like a Junior Sinclair or a Sachin Singh. I think that worked against him. We saw how Sachin Singh and Junior Sinclair cleared the infield by a long way in the first 4 overs. So I think it's against them. He should have been looking to pick the gaps through the offside field, through the onside field.
Well, I must apologize if I put it the wrong way. Actually, I meant exactly what you're saying. It's a power play. And Rennie knew that he had to go, you must go over the top. The field is pretty tight and tightly squeezed, so you can use the occasion to go over the top. But in doing it, quite rightly, you're pointing out that he's very miniature in size, could not deliver.
And Tej is going over the top this time. Has he gotten enough? We shall see. In fact, it's gone for a maximum there. Deliberate shot by Tej Narain Chandapal. Let's look at this one. Floated up down the leg side, picked up and delivered. Great shot by the left-hander. And we have seen him over the years, like we said, Naeem. When he wants to go after the bowling, he can be very, very competitive.
A lot of people seem to compare all the while Tej and his dad. His dad had that very aptitude where he can devastate, humiliate any bowling when he gets ready.
Yes, didn't get the kind of power he was looking for. And this time we'll get a single. And you're right about that. There was no one else like a Shiv Narain Chandapal. He's a hero. He's a legend at the highest level, especially in the ODI format and Test cricket and 4-day cricket. He's unmatched. And maybe it's very difficult for Tej, to match that. What Tej needs to do is to play his own game. This is T10. He knows that he can improvise. He knows he can score 6s and 4 as well. Two different kinds of players.
This is high in the air. Ricky Sargent, someone is getting on there. Can't take the catch. It will come over the ropes for 4. Lucky for Ricky Sargent there. 2 fielders converging, one from forward of the square leg umpire, the other from long on. Couldn't get there in time. Quite lucky.
Yes, indeed. Valiant effort, but he had the power upon hitting the deck. Jeremiah Scott, well, we have seen how he has done well so far. Hello to you, Jeremiah. Very likable individual.
Well, Ricky Sargent wouldn't stay in there and blot his way. This catch will be taken. Yes, it is. Good catch there. You just spoke about this youngster. He had to run in and took the catch spinning over. You'll have another look at it in a while.
Yeah, that's Damien Vantel. Brilliant catch indeed. Tumbling effort. Held it for dear life. Ricky Sargent here, going over the top once again. Got a boundary the previous delivery. And look at this effort. Kept his eyes on the ball. Into his hands. Hit the turf very hard. Held it beautifully and came up trumps. Great catch.
I'm surprised that Sargent not being able on that occasion, well, almost for 2 consecutive balls, not being able to clear the boundary rope. This is coming with the wind, and he's a very, very strong young man. He hits the ball with a lot of good timing, and I'm surprised that he did not clear the fielders.
Well, Naeem, he was undone there by a delivery. He went deep in the crease, got a little bit big on him, very slow as well. So he did not get the connection. He went high in the air. On another day, maybe if he had swung through the line, you felt he was going at it half-hearted. It wasn't there up, tight to the body, and he paid the penalty.
Middle.
This guy is out in the middle. Quinton Sampson. I think all the hopes for the Piranhas are on his shoulders.
But he has proved his worth on several occasions. He has proved his worth. Seen some super knocks from him. He times the ball well, gets it in the middle. He's unruffled on most occasions.
Yes, 2 half-centuries so far, 83, 50, and a 48 as well. He's at the top of the table. He's the lone guy passing the 200 mark this season. Will this be another day?
He's such an unruffled cricketer. When he's fielding, when he's batting as well. He's calm, he's collective, and puts a lot of energy into his game.
Very, very aggressive, has the power, and he treats bowlers with disdain at this level. John says he's a guy from Karia. That's in the Essequibo. I wonder what they eat there.
And it's a lot of provision there, and yam and fresh fish straight from the black waters of our great rivers linking up with the Amazon. That's the end of the over. End of 3, 24 for 2.
Yes, and life in the hinterland, absolutely splendid. You look at Sachin Singh, 50, 30-year Junior Sinclair, Barnwell 13. Those were the guys who scored heavily in that knock of 109 for 2. Sargent 1 for 18. Hitharamani picked up 1 for 20. Garfield Phillips none for 26. Ronaldo Rennie is back in the pavilion for 10. And so too Ricky Sargent for 4. Tage 9 from 9. And let's see, Junior Sinclair picked up 1 from 3 in his first over. Started very, very well, Junior Sinclair. So he's going to continue. It looks like Junior Sinclair, yes. 24 for the loss of 2. They're scoring at 8 runs and over. Freshwater fishing Caracalla or in the country areas, Naim. You can't stop it at all. Junior Sinclair, current form. He has picked up just 4 wickets, but he's been good there or thereabout.
It's not going to be that good here. It's all the way. That's going to clear mid-wicket right over the rope. And the umpire's outstretched or upstretched hands there indicating short. He was back, clubbed it, hit it from the middle of the bat there. Nice shot.
Yes, and Quinton Sampson is tailor-made for the shortest format of the game. We're talking T10. I think he's a very good T20 player as well.
Can't get past short backward point. Well, there's scouts all over the place, Indrajit. Sampson knows that. You've got CPL coming up, of course, the Guyana team, T20. And so he knows that he wants to impress the selectors. This one is over the top. This will not carry. Oh, back past the bowler there. There's a shortish mid-off. The batsman will come for a 3rd run. Bit of a fumble there.
Yes, and any little bit of a fumble misfielding there, they're going to capitalize on it. Good awareness level shown between these two. And you're right, Naeem, about scouts being around. This is stream live in India, Asia, you know, where a lot of T10 cricket is being played. You never know when your opportunity comes. And I think Quinton Sampson is one of them, right on the ball. He's an exciting player. He creates that level of thrill, you know, that is just suited for T10 cricket.
I'd be so happy for him, just like Shamar Joseph, who has come from a far-flung community, and just also Quinton Sampson. Now, these two can run, so they're going to capitalize. I'm surprised that they were not challenging the first run more. But Tage is very, very quick between the wicket, and so is Sampson. But I'll be so happy when these youngsters coming out from all the jungles of your country, not putting it in any bad way, and come out and excel excellent. This one is in the air, Jeet. Someone is going to get on it. There's a man down at mid-wicket, takes a catch, simple one at the end. And Quinton Sampson, who was carrying a heavy weight on his shoulders, would have to go.
Yes, Jeremiah Scott once again. You cannot keep him out of the game. We have seen him brilliant catching over the last couple of matches. Today at Enmore is no exception whatsoever. And I think Quinton Sampson, he will begin to learn not every ball can disappear for 6 whatsoever. You must be aware of the team, where your team stands, what they're looking for. Maybe tried it once too often, but this is the way he played. On another day, he might get through with it. But that's a huge wicket to get. 34 for 3. This represents a lot of struggle right now.
Yeah, it will put the batsman, incoming batsman, under some measure of pressure. I think the scoring rate was relatively decent, and so once you keep your wicket and pick up the 1s and the 2s, the boundaries will come and the bad balls flow, and you'll get to your target. It's a bad thing to be losing wickets, and these are very key and important wickets.
Of course, they're very, very important. And what we're having out in the middle there is that the Pitbulls have actually taken the Piranhas into their territory. Piranhas are very, very strong in the water. The Pitbulls will not eventually go in the water. At the moment, they're on the parapet, and they're grabbing them one by one. One delivery to end over number 4. They've already picked up 3 wickets. And when you come in the territory of Pitbulls, they are vicious.
Work, Junior. Let me work, Junior. Finish well, man. Finish well, man.
Well, I know the veracity with which piranhas operate, the savagery, because I grew up where the black waters of Plantation Hope, the black waters is, and a lot of my friends and colleagues will go one, two missing, a piece of an arm, all victims of piranhas. That's sensible cricket. Ivan knows that Tej is pretty settled there, Jeet, and what he did, just open the face, pick up a single, and have Tejnarayan Chandapal to the strike.
Well, actually, the end of the over, 4 overs gone, 35 for the loss of 3. And you mentioned all those viciousness of the Piranhas, Naeem, biting out fingers, some delicate parts as well. And on other occasion too, human just enjoy eating fried piranhas.
Some of us ate it, not me actually, but I had many friends that would fry it and eat it. The color of the eyes are practically red, and so I stayed away from it.
Yes, a lot of people, they have been warned about it. Rampaging shoals of piranhas, black waters, they're very, very devastating.
But Jeet, if I can just interject on piranhas, where we live on the coastal stretch, the piranhas are relatively small. But I've gone into the Pomeroon and seen some like tenfold the size that we have here on the coast.
Well, you're living at Hope, which is very, very close to the main road. I live in Myconi, so I've seen them in the Myconi River. They're huge creatures, very, very strong. Some of them have a tarnish of black, silvery color on their back. They're very, very vicious, weighing things like 5 and 6 pounds. Very strong. And John will tell you he visited Butnabu on many occasions. You went there once. Those fellas are strong up there.
I know I was to be taken there by a certain cricket commentator, and the trip never comes off.
So Keon Sinclair will come into the attack. So we are going to see some pace bowling here now by Keon Sinclair. Let's see how the batters will handle the pace on this pitch. Will he looking to bowl it short? Will he be looking to bowl it full? We shall see.
Good shot, good control, all the way to the boundary for 4. I like that shot. I'd seen him play a few of those where he rolls the wrist. There's a short backward square. And look at this, how he's rolling the wrist and whacked it away. Nice shot, finding the gap, absolutely.
Yes, and he picked the line of the bowler very, very early and the length as well. Initially, even before the ball was dropped there, looked at him in the arm and knows it's going to be short. Pivoted nicely on the back foot. And you mentioned rolling that wrist, keeping it down. Great shot by Rajiv Ivan.
I get a distinct impression that Rajiv Ivan is a very, well, not temperamental, but he's very sober-headed. Look at that. He wasn't flustered because he struck a ball for 4. And the second delivery just getting it to, or trying to find the gap on the offside.
Yes, it was actually a full delivery going wide of the off stick there.
Solid connection there. Take that. That was extremely short. I think Keon Sinclair is very guilty in this over, not only for bowling short, but feeding the batsman down the leg side.
Yes, and he has to be careful here because the ball is not coming through very quickly. He's pounding it in the pitch, hoping that the batsman will go for those very pull shot and they will end up hitting it in the air, in the field. But here you have Rajiv Ivan, very, very strong and picking his man extremely well.
Well, Barnwell has a plan. He's down at mid-wicket and he's got a man at backward square, right down to the boundary.
Get it.
In the air, I don't think he can get there. Of course, the sunshine, just about 20 minutes on the left side of 2 in the afternoon here in Guyana. Sun just getting into the, if you notice the body language of the fielder.
Well, the intention was good there. It was always going away from him. He did the right thing. You see him holding the hat, showing the sun at the top there. That's looked like Lian Swami. Yes, run hard at it, but in the end, just missed where the ball was going to drop. Tej, 10 runs, 10 balls, 1-6 in that for Tejan Ryan Chandapal.
He's not going to accumulate a lot with those. Just a single. He's been striking the ball to the fielders and just managing a single. Sometimes he may get a double, but he knows, we saw him do that at Maltino's in his second knock. He realized that he's trying to force it flat along the ground and not getting the end result, not achieving it. He knows he would have to go over the top.
It's and the required run rate keep climbing. So 5 overs gone. It's 47 for the loss of 3. They still need 62 runs. They're scoring at 9.60 with a required run rate above 12, getting very close to 13. Here is where the danger line begins to appear. To keep up with that momentum, but they still have 7 wickets in hand, and you have a Chandapal that is very well set out in the middle. And Burby Skymans against Demerara Hawks, that begins at 2:30 this afternoon. 2 more matches here tomorrow as well. Hello to you, John Ramsing.
Hello, Energy. Hello, everyone. I was enjoying the discussion about the Amazon of Guyana. Sam's just added a few runs to his tally today. 3 players above 150. Samson way above their 200. The bowling so far in the G to the first 5 overs, 5 bowlers used. Well, 4 bowlers used. Sinclair completing his spell of 2. 2 for 14, and Jonathan Rampasad alone over 1 for 12. Barnwell now coming into the attack in the second half of this run chase. The captain looking to take the responsibility. Want to restrict the Piranhas. Yeah, I was listening to the conversation about the Piranhas and so on. And lunch served today is fish. I was wondering what fish it was.
And of course, compliments of Mr. Naim Chan, who is a very good chef. Tell us about the taste of that.
Looking at the Pitbulls in the meantime. And that food went down as if I was a vicious Pitbull. So that tells how good he is. His culinary skills.
Squeezing a single here. So this rotation of the strike here, I'm afraid now, it's getting a little bit too difficult. Somebody must take that mantle, turn the 1s into 2s, and ensure that you get the boundary here and there. Only then you will keep your chances alive. We've seen when teams leave a lot to be done at the back end, maybe the last 2-3 overs, there is where they actually lose out.
Yeah, when you leave too much for the back end, you tend to choke yourself. Looking to improvise. Do not want to be bogged down. So he's not going to get a lot of deliveries to score in front of the bat from Barnwell. So Chandapal looking to improvise.
Yes, John, and he needs to look and see where his scoring opportunities are. There's a square leg out on the boundary, and there's a long on. There's a huge real estate between those 2 fielders. He can easily go over the top there if he so desire. And he's going this time in the air. Didn't get it the way he wanted it whatsoever. Just a single there. So he was off the boil. The timing wasn't good.
Oh, I think Barnwell's actually doing the intelligent stuff at this stage with pace off. Big outfield, the fielders are well set. So he's asking the batters, if you want to get a big one, you got to go hard. Like that. So there's our Ivan. Cannot clear the field at mid-wicket. Jeremiah Scott is there once again. And that is what Barnwell is doing. Pace off, spreading the field, and asking the batters to try to clear those deep fielders. Look at this, holding out into the deep.
Yes, certainly looking to hit that one maybe more to the left of Jeremiah Scott. He didn't get it that way. Scotty can't drop anything. He's holding every catch that comes his way. So you'll be warned. Don't hit it in the air to that man direction. And here is Rajiv Ivan coming back. His face tells the story. He's disappointed.
1 for 14, 1 4 and a 6. 50 for 4 in the 6th, sorry. So that's required run rate climbing with every dot ball, with every over that goes below what is required. But Captain Veerasammy Pamal had some good innings early up in the tournament, but has tapered off a little bit. He'll really want to come good. But the batting with TH and Chanapal, they need a partnership first of all. Not in terms of a lot of time, because you don't have that. Just try to get momentum. Try to take that momentum with them in the run chase.
Yes. Time and balls are very, very important in the shorter format of the game. And once you've gone past that 13 require, somebody will have to play a magical innings here. Will this be the day when the skipper himself, Virasamy Pramal, take things on his shoulders, wheel the bat around and make some connections? Very difficult. You compare the two teams in the first 5 overs. Here you have the Piranhas, real struggle. And on the other hand, the Pitbulls, great start by the openers. A start that worth 73 runs, 76 actually, the partnership between the two of them. That's a huge difference, and maybe that set the tone. Whichever team going to win here. It was a fantastic opening stand.
.60 from 26 with 6 wickets in hand. Barnwell already with a wicket in his first over. It's in the air again. And falling short of Vantel, coming in from long off. Might have lost it a little bit there in the Jeet.
Yes, let's look at this. I felt initially he might have lost it a little there. It's in the air, and Vantel, valiant effort, hit the ground before actually. The ball might very well hit the ground, then get into the fingers there. I think that is what actually happened. Has to be careful here. And look at Barnwell, you're right, John. Very, very slow here. No pace whatsoever to work with. They'll get a single, might turn it into 2. Good running. Oh, that just missed the stump. There could have been some trouble there, John.
That's experience for you, Barnwell. You pace off, and then you had to go chase. And almost with a return, hitting the non-strikers in. Had it hit, could have been close. 6 overs gone. Look at that. Jeremiah Scott leading the dismissals chart. 8 dismissals, 2 with run out, and 6 of those catches as well held on. Thaddeus Lovell not far behind. Savory, who did some wicket keeping as well. So the keepers tend to have more dismissals. But Thaddeus Lovell and Jeremiah Scott have been parading the outfield. We have seen as well Quinton Sampson. So these guys put themselves in the high traffic areas, and no doubt resulting in the number of dismissals that they're involved in.
Yes, I mean, swooping like the carrion crows here in Guyana, looking for any vulture, you know, carcass that he can get out in the middle there. And they've been doing a fantastic job. And it's good when you can have those quality of fielders in your lineup. They can always contribute. Leon Swami.
How did that miss? 4 more. Buys, however, missed everything. Pretty close to the line of the leg stump. Wicketkeeper had a chance, just couldn't stop it. Too good a delivery.
Yes, too good. They say another coat of varnish there would have caused his demise. But today it has actually caused 4 more runs, and they'll welcome that any day. A few more like that, they can very well come back into the game.
Swami, no doubt, maybe he saw what Christopher Barnwell did in the previous over, or Captain Barnwell spoke to him as well and told him pace off. Quite capable to bowl quick deliveries. He can also go into the wicket, but this occasion just short of a good length with pace off, as if he's running in with an off spinner's action, and that is making it uncomfortable on this track for these batters.
Yes, what the requirements are, and he has learned from Barnwell, and I'm sure too he saw that Keon Sinclair looked for pace and what happened to him. That's a good delivery, wrapped on the patch, out for leg before. Did he get some baton to that one there? That might have very well saved the skipper.
Well, he's batting on a leg stump guard. That trigger movement walking right across, but some amount of bat from this vantage point as well.
Bowl a few more like that, Leon Swami. TH, look at his batting. 14 runs, 14 balls. That's not good enough. We're in the 7th over. At some time, he must take some control. I mean, he has a lot of experience It's T10 cricket. If you have to play out of your character, the team needs that. That is what you need to do. This is a team game. Can't be facing 14 deliveries, you're in the 7th over and just getting 14 runs. Not good enough.
Just 14 deliveries just faced.
And John, his skipper is looking for a second run there, but he had already committed to one. He was not going to just drop and turn and come. Virasamy Premal had almost completed the second run.
That communication, as they pass each other, completing the first, they should have said, look for the second, or whatever indication that they want to come for the second. Nothing was said. So therefore, Chanapur settled on one very early. Getting under it nicely this time, but straight down the throat of the fielder. But they're not celebrating. You're seeing the outstretched hand of the umpire. No, the call was made very early, but he got under it nicely. And you can see the awareness of Vantel, who was coming around from long off, told Keon Sinclair to get the return in because realizing it was a no ball. But Tage will have to face a free hit.
Let's see what he's going to do with his free hit now. Virasamy Premal in the previous delivery came down the track.
This may get him going. It's traveling. It's gone. 6 runs. Somebody's vehicle could be in trouble.
Now, John, if you can hit a free hit like this one that Tage has done here, look at this here. Deliberate, the intention was for a maximum. He connected. There's a question here now. Why is it he's not doing this more often? The team needs him here today. I mean, doesn't make sense. You bat out the entire innings and you come off 25 from 25 balls. And he has shown us time and time again that he can hit the maximums and the fours. We need to see him play more few like this.
Maybe this will be the shot that will give him that confidence and that push. So the ball had to be replaced. It went so far in the Jeet.
Give them a little shave, man. Give them a few more like that.
That's it. Putting pressure on the fielders now. And Junior Sinclair, pretty good in the outfield generally. With a little bit of fumble, extra taken quite easily. So I mean 2 overs for him, none for 21, 7 gone, 69 for a loss of 4.
And John, they have managed in this over to drop that required from 14 above. It's now gone below 14. Those are a good sign. Chandapal 23 from 17. Rennie gone, Sargent gone, Samson gone, Rajiv Ivan gone for 4, 10 and 14 respectively. The skipper is out there 3 from 5. And if Virasamy can score from one end, Tage can score from the other end, they can really challenge this 110.
If you look at what's to come, Segar Hitramani, if given the opportunity, will have to play a big hand because look at the rest. While they can bat, maybe not necessarily the best for a late finish like this that is needed for the one to get from 18. Conditions improving every minute now in the Jeet. Conditions ideal now for cricket.
Absolutely. So we're getting that nice cool wind coming into our commentary box. And I think the players out in the middle too, they're feeling that kind of atmosphere. So while the sun is not really streaming down in all its glory, good sunshine and good day for cricket. Always a pleasure. Enmore is fantastic to play cricket, to view cricket, to talk cricket.
Floyd Joseph coming into the attack in over number 8. Some good, useful little spells for him. 2 for 12 is best. Bowls within himself. He's coming from a long run now in the Jeet, with the keeper way back.
And Premal down the track there. Announces present what he's going to do very, very early. In the end, he had to turn and hustle back. But the intentions of the captain is one of aggression. And not bad at all, just that he's not connecting. I will feel that he needs to play a little bit more with a vertical bat. He's going far too much with the horizontal bat, and he's losing timing. Trust his power. He has power. He needs to do that. He can go straight.
required. Well, the equation says 40 from 17. The Chanapal has 23 from 17. Floyd can expect him to go short to Chanapal. Goes full. That could have been dangerous. No ball signal by the umpire. And that's a beamer there in the jit.
Wow. Well, there was some danger here. Let's look at this one here. Tage is facing up and he's going outside the line of the off stump and the bowler is following him. That could have cannoned in the tummy.
I thought it was a no ball there in the jit.
Yeah, that's kind of a little surprising because there was danger. It was,
Look at that. We can actually try to freeze it as well.
yes.
That
was pretty high as well too. Was dropping, came off the gloves there actually.
It
and
did.
Then into the legs. But it was very high.
Very high. You can see the intention from Chanapal, but this time Floyd going much fuller. So Chanapal will not get under that one to play the shots he's looking to play.
But he needs to get under it at the moment. Do not be perplexed there. You know, some batters will bob and weave in the crease there. There's Sammy Premal, 21, 2 knots at 12, and 1 will badly need to improve that, the skipper. Wides straight down the leg side here. And sometimes, John, in the shorter format of the game, the more still you stay in the crease, the bowlers can work you out. You want to see that little movement that you can throw the bowler off line. These are little departments that you need to work on. This required run rate has gone above 14. So far, Floyd Joseph is in a good over.
The call is 2. Misfield on the boundary. Malcolm Hubbard, the fielder, coming in from long on. So while they're not getting the boundaries in the jit, the Pitbulls are not giving them, they're not scoring the boundaries. The Pitbulls are also stingy in the outfield.
Very much so. It's a good all-round performance by them so far. And they have bowled well. There's no doubt about that. Spot on.
.93 runs, what they defended the last time these two teams met. They managed to get 79 for 9. So while they may pass that 79 they got the last time, it looks as if they're going to fall short again of the target. 34 still to get from 13. Need some boundaries. None in the over so far.
Yes, they know they need that, and just one delivery remaining. A previous delivery, I thought that the skipper would have gone over the top of cover. Extra cover. He didn't look to swing from wide outside the line of the off stump. Connects this time. And will that go to the boundary? There's a protection there. Just the single to end the 8th over. 77 for 4, John. Required run rate, 16.50. 33 to get from 12.
8 from the 8. But you needed a big over. One of the last 3 overs must be big. Look at that when the Pitbulls batted. They got 17 from the 8th over. That was a big over enough. But pretty much this innings yet to really get into this run chase. Really need to get into some big investments. Need to build some big buildings there in the jit. There's 2 more overs to do it.
Yes, and they can do it like over number 4 when they had 17 runs coming off that. Look at this, 33 from 12. And if they can get an over, let's about 20. We're having match on here today. That's a difference between the two teams. The strategies and the class by the 2 openers from both teams. They scored from both ends, Sachin Singh and along with Junior Sinclair. Here we have one playing natural cricket, play every ball on its merit, 26 from 19. Premal looking for the big hits, not connecting so far.
Catch it!
Well, it looks as though he has connected here. The fielder coming in, however, falling safely. And once again, a single. That's not going to hurt whatsoever. Can Tejnarain Chandapal go into fifth gear, or when the sixth or the seventh cylinder is needed to kick in, can he kick in here this afternoon? I feel he has the quality. Whether he has the state of mind is a different story. We saw him, John, battering a free hitter. He can do it.
If you look at the composition of these two teams as well, that's the next factor I'm going to tell you about.
Get it, go. One.
Back over the head of the bowler.
Get it in.
Good
Come, get it.
protection as well. So they're protecting the boundaries nicely. These Pitbulls. And look at it. Sinclair is back into the attack. Barnwell with his medium fast bowling as well. Leon Swami. Quite different from what the Piranhas have in their artillery. Heavy on spin. There's no Suresh Danai for this game. And even if he was here, I'm not sure if he was going to be given an opportunity with the ball. Quentin Sampson did not bowl. So while the Piranhas are looking to get wickets and to keep things quiet, they do not have the pace on type of bowlers
Back up.
that would give their bowling lineup some variety. It's a lot of spin. Whereas you're seeing now pace on from these bowlers with Sinclair, Barnwell, Swami. And they can also bowl the variety. So that's a major difference in the lineups.
It is, and you call it absolutely right, John. Virasamy Pramal does not have that luxury within his armory.
Get it, not yeah! Come, Namak. Good.
Chance for run out. Gently ask the umpire, how was that?
Knowing fully well that Virasamy Pramal is home. And they're not connecting. It's just big swings and missing here from Virasamy Pramal, trying to play too many deliveries across the line. In fact, that's his comfort zone. But I feel if he look to go over cover, over mid-off, look to go straight, he can connect.
Got it, one.
Lots of bottom hand in these shots, but not timing it well. That's why his run rate, his strike rate is less than 100 per mile. Can't give it a long handle, but not given the opportunity to get onto these deliveries. Good bowling from Sinclair. 3 singles just in the over. That required run rate is climbing. They're leaving too much for the last over. The Piranhas. I'm afraid the Pitbulls, with the stranglehold they have on them now, will not release.
Not at all. They won't want to lose this. They are right all over the Piranhas at the moment. Spraying it too wide here, Keon Sinclair. Look for a quicker delivery then. And in so doing, just spraying it way outside the line of the off stumper.
It's not a heap load of wickets for Sinclair, but it's done a good job containing. So if you can do this in the penultimate over, you're doing a good job. That's a sweetly played shot, but finding the fielder again, Chandapal. 28 to get in the last over. That's a lot. That would be if they get anywhere close to that, it would be the most expensive over of the match.
Yes, when we have seen 28, we've seen 33, 32 runs knocked off from a few overs. Can it happen in the final over here? The way that Tage is going, it does not suggest that whatsoever. He's playing good cricketing shot on paper, 28 from 21. Looks good, but that is what the team doesn't need at this time. They needed 6s, they needed 4. Somebody to improvise. Virasamy Pramal, 13 from 9. He has missed on many occasions. He is not connected. I think this is going to be very, very difficult to get 28 from the final over to win this one.
And then Barnwell saving himself for the last over. That's experience. That's good thinking. The think cap and the thinking tank working for the Pitbulls.
And John, I hope I'm not too critical, but I'm finding it very difficult to understand the strategy here by Tejnarain Chandapal. We're in the final over. You need 28 to win. You just come forward and turn it into the onside, and you get a single. It's not good enough.
Will not find a boundary in that occasion. Floyd Joseph is right back at long on. He needed boundaries very early in the over. And I do take your point. So you just cannot go blocking, especially when you need to put pressure back on the bowler. You never know. Had two boundaries come out of the first two deliveries, what would have been the response of Barnwell? But we'll never know now because just two singles. Good stuff for Barnwell.
That's a good adjustment made there by Barnwell. Saw Tage looking to come down the track. Forces the ball right into his pads there. Just couldn't get it away the way that he wanted. I'm just searching my mind here to see. Is it we are asking too much of Tage to play in a 10-10 tournament? Knowing fully well he's a test player. We have seen him in 4-day cricket. That's not really an explosive player in the shorter format of the game.
Connection is here this time for Pamal. He's going to go sailing over the ropes. And they say, too late shall be the cry.
Well, this time Premal connects from outside the line of the off stump. Barnwell bending this one back into the right hand. Perfect delivery for the kind of shot he wanted to play. If that had moved away from him, he might very well missed it or cue it up in the air in the offside. But this time he read it well.
Hawks and Kimman's coming up next. This one is over. Here he goes again. Consecutive boundaries now. Like I said, too late shall be the cry.
Yes, too late. And Virasamy Premal just beginning to connect many swings like those. He missed it previously. But the connection now for the last two deliveries were excellent. And you look at that score, 95 for the loss of 4. They need 15 in one ball. It's not going to happen from them. They lost the last match against this very team by 14 runs. Let's see if that's going to be a repeat.
Bang over his head. So good shot to end the game, but not enough for a win for the Piranhas. Falling short by some 9 runs in the run chase. So 8 runs the margin of victory. 9 runs needed to win. So 8 runs victory in the end. Yet again, the Pitbulls taking a victory and taking 2 points over the Piranhas, also batting first. So victory by 8 runs for the Pitbulls. The run chase never got going really. T.H. Chanapal came to 9 not out in the end with 2 sixes. Not enough. And the rest of the batters, they tried their level best with Pamal, the captain, with 16 of the last 3 deliveries he has faced. And in the end, not good enough to upset the Pitbulls.
Yes, and I think the chase in the end was too much for them. Junior Sinclair 2 for 14, a wicket apiece for Jonathan Rampasad and Barnwell, and Leon Swami none for 21, none for 18 as well, while the other bowler used some handshakes out in the middle. And I think, John, when the Piranhas goes back, they plan their strategy, discuss what went wrong for them today. They will come up with other things that they can do.
Remain in the second position, but they've closed the gap on the Anacondas, the Pitbulls, whereas the Piranhas remain in 4th position, and they're now pretty much slipping in the second tier of this points table. That is the end of the game. 8 runs, a victory for the Piranhas. For the Pitbulls. It means that the Kimans and Hawks will have to really dig deep in these conditions here at Enmore when they take the field in a matter of minutes. We trust that you enjoyed our first match of the day. We'll be back with match number 2 right here from Enmore. Cool conditions continue to be with us here at Enmore on the east coast of Demerara in Guyana. And we're getting ready for match number 26 in the Guyana T10 Blast. Good afternoon and welcome to coverage. It is the Kimmans against the Hawks, 5 versus 6, a bottom of the table clash. And these two teams desperately looking for some points and some momentum to move them up the points table with 6 teams total, 4 of which will go on to the semifinals. So these two teams at the bottom looking for some points desperately. Well, the Kimmans have won the toss, decided they'll have a bat first against the Hawks, and you'll see some enforced changes, especially with the Hawk side struggling to find 11 today, and it's a difficult position for them to be in, especially when we saw earlier today lots of runs being scored. However, the last time these teams met, 148 is what the Kimmans got batting first, with Alex Algo blasting 80 from 27 deliveries with good support from Sinclair. So here we're in the Enmore community area. And that's an aerial shot of the surroundings right here. Berbice Kimmans against Demerara Hawks. Match 26. Naim Chan alongside. So Naim, good conditions for cricket. Not hot. A little bit of cool conditions. A little gentle breeze as well. High humidity. Good afternoon, Naim.
Well, that's what the weather forecast predicted early this morning. I was checking that the conditions will be very cloudy. That's exactly what we're seeing here. And what you're seeing on your screen, that's a community of Enmore. It could be approximately, 13 miles approximately from Georgetown heading east on the coast of Guyana. A very large community, could be having more than 20,000 inhabitants. So very, very big community. This is their main cricket venue here. We call it the Enmore Community Centre. So John already explained to you that the Kimmans have won the toss and have elected to take first strike. The two teams for you.
Kimmans, Kevlin Anderson, Abdul Subhan, Alex Algu, Arjun Prasad, Bernard Bailey, Devon Lord, Jonathan Vanland. Good to see the young man getting an opportunity. Kevin Sinclair, Mahim Khan, Shahid Vera, the wicketkeeper, and Stephen Sankar. Meanwhile, the Hawks depleted, have 11 on that roster, but only 9 will take the field. Akshay Prasad, Afraz Buru, David Williams, Neelan Karagan, Rampatab Ramnath, Sheldon Charles, Tumani Caesar, and Toto Ambition, the left arm Chinaman. So,
It's like,
Kimmans won the toss.
right arm over.
Looking to put the 9-man team in the field, looking to maximize not only the power play, but also the fact that there will be gaps in the field.
Well, I don't know whether there was an official explanation to all of this, but just a few of them missing from the action here today at the Enmore Community Centre ground. So Neelan Cadogan will, just about medium pace, will be opening the bowling. Would like to fancy himself as fast medium, just about medium. Kevin Sinclair and Alex Algu opening the batting for the Kimmans. Now, earlier this morning, we had the Pitbull and the Piranhas taking to the field. The Pitbulls winning that game, that encounter, by some 8 runs. And young Sinclair, Junior Sinclair, he was second top scorer after Sachin, who had a half century in just 21 balls. And Junior Sinclair, 38. Brilliant knock. Good game this morning. Let's see now, settle down to see what this one brings for us.
Cadogan there getting an opportunity to begin with ball. Kevin Sinclair, the international player for the Kimmans, is on strike. He'll be facing first delivery. That's a loosener from Neelan Cadogan. So some of the names missing, Naim. Isaiah Thorne, young fast bowler. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who was among the leading wicket takers for the Guyana Harp Eagles in the recent 4-day tournament. There's the opener, Joshua Prasad, Shaquille Williams, and of course, off spinner Richie Loknath. 5 high-profile players missing from the Hawks lineup today.
Extravagant drive outside the line of the off stump by Kevin Sinclair. Didn't get a nick onto it. Nice delivery there from Cadogan just leaving the right-handed batsman, and extravagant offer there from Kevin Sinclair.
He got 33. He was a spectator when Alex Algo went berserk at the Metimerzorg Community Center ground. Here he is getting off the mark now. Does not get to the boundary. Ramnod collects. So he's off the mark, but not with the boundary.
Well, it was more like a calculated shot. I think he knew exactly what he was doing, because there's a mid-off and a mid-on. Now the mid-on is dropping further down towards long-on, because the intent is already there. Kevin Sinclair has signaled quite clearly that I'm going to get on with this. They want to get over that 1890 score, and then all the bonus runs begin from there. Shot. Beautiful. That was a magnificent looking off shot, and pitched up there to Kevin Sinclair. The international flavor definitely coming out there. He bisected the field. Gorgeous looking shot, 4 runs.
It was a half step down the track, getting close to the pitch of that delivery, and beautifully played. Never left the ground. Just held his position. Sinclair and gets the boundary now. You asked about an explanation of the 5 players missing. There's none. Just as a pure observation that these high-profile players are not around.
Not a good one. That's another boundary. What a way to start. Kevin Sinclair has cut loose here in the first over. 2 consecutive boundaries. A roaster through the offside. This one was a little bit airborne, John, but bisecting the field.
Inside out. Safe shot in the end, because the ring of fielders are in the 30-yard circle in that extra cover region. Did not use his feet, but got to the pitch nicely. String of double figures scores. He's showing some moments of brilliance without going on.
Another big offer outside the off stump, not making contact. That's the end of 1. 10 without loss. Not a bad start.
Yeah, just losing his shape in the last delivery there. No foot movements. He did not get close to the pitch of the delivery, the line of the delivery, and played and missed. So after a string of abandoned matches, we got back into action this morning. Pirahnas and Pitbulls, and the Pitbulls coming up trumps, like you mentioned, by 8 runs. You can expect another good match this afternoon. The weather is pretty much the same. Not brilliant sunshine, but also no rain, so which is good. And Akshay Prasad, who has been pretty much trying everything for this Hawk side, is into the attack.
Well, not much has been achieved by these 2 teams. They're struggling for points, somewhere disappearing at the bottom of the table. So Alex Algu has had some relatively good knocks too. He's going to take strike. Short, finds the gap, runs here. They've gone for 1. Suddenly they're coming back for 2, might even challenge the 3rd, because the return has a long journey from inside of the backward point boundary.
You can't reach till we run it on, man. You just get to that.
So 3 runs there, coming off Akshaya Prasad's first delivery. 10 coming off the first over. So excellent start.
You're going to try to back me up if anything goes right, cut on. Yes, I'm going to skip up.
Positive start from both of these batters. And the breeze has suddenly picked up Naim.
Just coming back to the issue of the non-arrival or no-show of some of these players. I've not heard about this at this level before. Down the leg side. And what? Given out? It seems unbelievable. I'd like to have another look at this, but he was swinging down the leg side. Look at that. The body language of the player. The umpire has given out.
We are sighted, we're behind. But I would love to have a look from front on to see if the ball hit his left pad. Because had that been the case, his left pad was planted outside the line of the leg stump. But given out, he has to go. 1 for 13 in over number 2.
Well, I guess we can only judge from the body language of the batsman. But he seemed to be going, his body language tells us that the intent was to sweep it down the leg side. You got the impression, and again, we can't be 100% accurate from this vantage point, but you get the distinct impression that he was sweeping down the leg side and may have been struck. Even if he was struck between wicket and wicket, the ball was dropped outside the line of the leg stump. That's the impression we are getting. The umpire, of course, is behind the scene and in the best position.
Captain of the Kimmans, in the meantime, has made his way into the middle. Kevlin Anderson, he is looking for a score. Has lots of time now in this innings, coming in over number 2, 13 for 1. Right-handed batsman, very talented, Kevlin Anderson. And loves the old-time style of which he accumulates his runs.
Oi, nothing.
Look at that.
Well done, man.
I saw him in there and described him as well, John. You were there at the last CPL. Looked pretty well. I think he's still searching for his form. Struck on the pad, not out, says the umpire. That one was a little confident based on the body language of the fielders out there. I'd like to have another look at that.
Yeah, this one was much closer. And the only thing might have saved the batter was a bit of height.
Oh, yes. Well, it's Island.
They're going to pick up just a single here.
Nothing, well done.
But Kevlon has this instinct of going on to the back foot. That ball kept relatively low, John. On the replay, you'd have a second look at it. Seemed as though it kept a little bit low. These spinners are getting it to creep on the... Going back on the back foot could be pretty dangerous. Algo would have none of this big slash outside the off stump. This is going towards the boundary, wouldn't have the legs to reach there. And Algo will come back for a second. I think he knows where the fielders are. That was quite a deliberate and calculated shot. It was pitched up. He opened the face of the bat, slashing, and got a thick outside edge. Intentional.
Over number 2 completed. 6 runs from it, 16 for a loss of 1. And that over the wicket of Kevin Sinclair, who went down. Akshay Prasad striking in his opening over. 6 conceded. Sheldon Charles now into the attack. Young player from the Essequibo Coast. Bowling in over number 3.
But this is an amazing sight. I've not seen, and I mean, we have been around the circles of cricket and international and regional first-class cricket as well for a few decades. I've never heard a situation or a scenario where so many players simply didn't turn up and the field goes on there fielding with 9 players. I feel really disappointed, to be honest, to be a part of your commentary team and seeing something like this at this level.
Meanwhile, it's a medium fast bowler, Sheldon Charles, from the southern end.
Anderson jabbing at that one. Here and uppish for a while. They come back for a second. Bad bit of feeling there. Down at forward of the square leg umpire. Humid conditions, darkish clouds hovering over the Enmore Community Centre. Not exactly a blazing start, but they've been pretty steady. It's just over number 3 in progress, 18 for the loss of 1. Good delivery. Sheldon Charles there saw the batsman, Anderson, charging down the pitch and just pulling the ball back.
Yeah, very short delivery. Delivered in the bowler's half. And quickly into position, Anderson pulled it along the ground at mid-wicket there, because just 9 fielders they have do not have the luxury of a field at mid-wicket. And it went into the boundary easily.
But Kevlon, that was a very nice shot because the ball was pulled back just to trap the batsman. He adjusted the shot and pulled it through the onside. It's good thinking, quick thinking, good work. You can see, John, the faces of these fielders. You can see the rejection, if not dejection, as well. They look inert, inertia stepping in, so to speak.
Oohs and ahs because the bowler stopped that with his foot on his follow through. That was a savage pull. Good to see that he's still standing.
I wonder if he has a shin pad on. Hear that? Whoop! And the guy is walking. What in God's name? He must probably has a shin pad on.
Free to come, right arm up.
Or iron shin. That's amazing.
Strike rate of 214 for Alex Algu. Savage knock of 80 runs from 27 balls. 9 sixes, 5 fours. When these teams last met, that was at the Metamerzorg Community Center ground. Looking to repeat that.
Tentative there. Tentative, jabbing it into the onside. Just a single. They've been pretty, well, not precarious necessarily, but I think they've been very cautious and watchful.
Yeah, you expect that with 9 players taking the field, that will go all guns blazing. But to be fair to Sheldon Charles and to the bowlers before him, not giving a lot of loose deliveries. And that's why they're so watchful, the Kimans. Ramsamy does not throw. Could have easily been a run out as well. You can see a little bit of indecision, not only in the fielders, but also with the batters in the running.
I think this is the part during the course of the power play that these batsmen would have to or should be utilizing the limitations of the fielding side. Less amount of people. That's it. Straight over the top, John. Sorry about that. And that's a maximum. Good shot. Short. He saw it from early and hoisted it, or pounded it, may I say, back past the bowler, down to long off. Maximum.
Not a short delivery, too short. Overcomes and 15 conceded with that 6 in the last delivery. So 2 boundaries in that over. 3 gone. Toward a 1 for 1. That was just too short. Despite hitting the bottom of the bat of Algu, still had enough connection to take it over the ropes.
I was seeing just a little glimpse of the sunshine in the far distance, just kissing the walls of some of the houses here, which you saw. Our boys had the drone just going up in the air and taking the community. There you have it. Alex Algu, 12 from 4. Kevin Sinclair, 10 from 7. He's gone, and Anderson is still there.
Well done.
Prasad starts his second over.
Well done.
And the sunshine just coming back a little bit more now to Naim. We will be back here tomorrow for another doubleheader.
Not 10, not 10.
Cheeky single, so there's nothing extravagant from these batsmen. 31 over number 4 in progress, so the current rate is 9.60. And the going like this has them at a projected score of just 96. Playing against 9 men, you would think it would be 996.
Lots of work early for Rampatap Ramnath at a backward point position. Lots of deliveries being delivered just wide of the off stump and being cut away, but not getting past Ramnath.
That looks like a Tejnara and Chandapal forward defensive in a T10 Blast. But a lot is expected from Kevlin Anderson, and I hope all these youngsters will find the right gear as the tournament goes on.
1 is 1. Go fight it. Well done.
Now will not have the legs to get to the boundary, but you can see him open up his stance a little bit there. Anderson, but not connecting, so his timing is off.
Must give Akshaya some credit. He's had 2 dot balls and then a single from one, a single from another delivery.
little bit of flight and hit back to the bowler. And that might definitely require some medical attention. Completes his over nonetheless. 1 for 9 from 2. Good returns for the captain of the Hawks. But look at this return catch. 4 gone toward a 4 for 1.
Well, it would be a shame if two more fielders, the one that struck the shin of the other bowler, and then Akshaya in this case, if two more would have to come off.
Then you might see the white flag coming out there now. Sinclair's gone for 10 from 7 deliveries, given out like before. I'll go and Anderson at the crease with Van Lang. I would love to see him spend some time at the crease. Set to come next. 34 for 1. Projected score at 85, hovering around that 80s. You'll expect the Kimans will look to get much more than that. Prasad 1 for 9, the successful bowler. And he has completed his spell of 2. Zainul Ramsamy, the young leg spinner, now coming into the attack.
So just about going towards the halfway mark, Zainul Ramsamy. So as far as the fielding side is concerned, this is like a T9 match, not T10, right? Because they have 9 players.
Finding the gap. Good effort by the fielder. But 4 runs. Just too short from Ramsamy to begin with. And look at Anderson opening up his stands nicely. And pulling. But look at the effort from the fielder now.
Superb. We had seen some really superb fielding in this tournament. Suffice to say that they had to feel with that disadvantage of not having a smooth sward, either, or neither, may I say, at Maltino's and at the DCC. At least this sward is pretty smooth, and this and MMZ. And I think they put out some superb bits and pieces of fielding. The Sampson brothers, Thaddeus, we've seen a few of them. Really tremendous effort.
Yeah, first Bru getting an opportunity. He's in that position at mid-wicket there. He is again. This time he fields it cleanly. But with the absence of those players, and I understand that Richie Luknat was given 2 weeks rest because of some medical reason. So he called a niggle. He's injured. So with the absence of those players, it means that other players will come to the fore now, like Afras Bulu, the young Albion player. He goes big, falling well short of Ramnath at long on. So this is a much bigger ground than what he had at Metamir Zorg, where he scored at 80 runs. So he will have to be very watchful.
Cracking shot into the onside. There's that mid-wicket guy that comes around to his left and picks it up. So not a high-scoring game so far. And mind you, this is over number 5. They've just got 41 for 1.
I feel that short mid-wicket to ambition. Diving away, but just couldn't get hand to it. Turn from Ramsamy. The crowd that has gathered here loves a little effort from Zainul Ramsamy with a little bit of turn.
He's not going to miscalculate everything. That's gone all the way. Let's wait on that signal from the umpire. Not a maximum.
Pulling it down, you can see he's getting turned, but just that once it's that short, give the batters enough time to wait on the back foot and to play whichever shot they will love. 5 gone for the 7 for the loss of 1.
But there were so many negativities with that delivery. It was slow, it was short, and I think the batsman had all the time in the world to look exactly the writing on that ball. That's the accumulation of runs. Quinton Sampson leading the table, 232. Look at that strike rate, 272.94. The wickets for you, Veresami Pomal, 13, Ashmead Ned, 10, Garfield Phillips, surprisingly, bowled well, 8, Christopher Barnwell, 6, and
Shaya Passad, top of the line with 17, 19 sixes for Samson. Passad with the fours. So, Totaram Bishun. A big swing and a miss here by Kevlon Anderson. And 47 for 1, we're in the 6th over here, Naeem. It has been a good start so far. But Kevlon Anderson, another batter who is suited to the 4-day game, he's struggling out in the middle. Soon as I say that, down the track, a big swing of the bat, and he's gone. Well, caught out on the boundary. Real frustration had to step in here because he could not get the ball away he wanted, the skipper. And he threw caution to the wind. It's now 47 for the loss of 2.
it was very high in the air and taken all the way down towards the long-on boundary, coming around wide towards straightish mid-wicket. But good catch in the end. It was very high, had to settle on it, took a very good catch in the end.
Yes, and Totaram Bishun, he will feel extremely happy with that wicket. Has been battered and bruised a little in the few overs that he has bowled so far in the tournament, and coming back, second ball, getting a wicket. You get into a nice little feeling there, and it's good for him. So Algo has been doing well, 20 from 9, and he's been joined by a youngster, Jonathan Van Lang, who has been known for his hitting of a cricket ball. Hits them long, hits them hard. Very sensible youngster.
Well, his average wouldn't say a lot about him. He had about 48 runs in the tournament. But he is a superb cricketer. In fact, I described one of his games at Maltino's. He was simply the darling of the crowd on that occasion.
I think that was the inter-county on the 19 final. Yes. So, 47 for 2. We're in over number 6. They're scoring at 8.81. A projected score of 88. But when you come to the second half, with so many wickets in hand, the expectation, Naeem, is that they can get as close as possible to the 100.
Gently and casually into the offside. They're not going to go for that second. But thinking, Jeet, that the fielding side has got 9 players actually, I would like to think that they should want to, that the batting side should want to get at least 100 runs or a little over, take advantage of this situation.
Well, they should. They must take advantage over that. Algo is still there, so that's good news for the Caimans. We've seen him at Metamerzark slaughter the bowling to all parts of the game, and he's going after his man. That's a big swing. Has it gotten enough? And it goes through the hand. That's Nigel Demerara down on the boundary. In fact, it's Zainul Ramsami, I beg your pardon. And was it signal? What was the signal? I missed that from the umpire, actually. We'll follow this one straight into the hand of fielder, and he did part it. Did it hit inside? Well, it looks as though it's been 4 from here, hit inside and then touch the ropes. Well, it seems as though that Algo is going to go after his man. Not a bad ploy to pick this bowler. He's going again, and this time it's high, it's hard, and no question whatsoever. That's a mighty maximum by Alex Algo. And if this youngster stick around for another over or two, we'll see many travel the distance just like this one.
He's a very strong young man. And he's kind of an intolerant youngster also to any bowling that's too much pitched up or too short. He's going to get after you.
Yes, and they say when Alex Algo smiles, that's when he's actually vexed. And that delivery went a long, long way. We've seen so many deliveries dispatch into tutorial high at Maltino's. When it goes a distance into those trees, it's going to be a lost ball. The first one for the day, so some money has been saved in.
I think that would have gone just about 100 meters.
Humongous shot indeed. Enmore, not the smallest of ground. I think good size boundaries. That would have been a boundary at almost every ground in Guyana.
So the tempo actually being picked up here by Algu, spearheaded by Algu. 11 deliveries, 32.
So, will he go after his man to end the over? 2 consecutive sixes so far. Here's Bishon. Wide outside the line of the off stump, and that's a big swing of the bat. That's gone the distance again. That's a maximum. He ends the over in style here. Big swing. And Algu is on fire here at Enmore. 6 gone. 6-6 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, he has cut loose, and he has every reason. The bowling is pretty slow, as you can see. Look at the Manhattan skyscraper in that particular over, what, 19? 19 runs, Jeet. Aggression. And that's what they should do.
Yes, I agree with you. And Alex Algu picked out the lone bowler that he feels he can go against, and he did. 19 runs coming off that over. And he's 38 from 12. Anderson 17 from 16, a struggle for him. Kevin Sinclair 10 from 7. Pasad Akshaya 1 for 9 from his 2, so he's bowled well. Bishon 1 for 19, like I said, and Neelan Cadogan none for 10 from 1. Let's see how now the bowlers are going to be used here, because there's still 4 overs remaining.
And some 5 players short. So a lot of disadvantages, the options are not readily available to the fielding side. So they've got their problems to deal with. And I was trying to look at their body language since the game started. They're still very alert, still seeing some energy from the players. David Williams, that's his current form actually, 31 runs. He's not picked up any wickets yet in the tournament.
Yeah, so this interesting that he's been given the opportunity to bowl this particular over. No doubt not too many options out there for Akshaya Pasad, the skipper. And the battle will begin between Williams and Jonathan Van Lang. Van Lang hits it very, very long.
Yeah, they're both very compact players, barrel-chested, broad shoulders, so they're powerfully built. And so you expect that they should be firing on all cylinders.
Well, this youngster you're looking at with the bat in his hand, he definitely will be going on all cylinders. You spoke about short of the back foot. Picks the field at this time down at cover, but it left the bat in a real hurry.
Yeah, it came off the middle of the bat, actually. We'd seen so many of those when Tejnarayan Chandapal was batting. He was, in my opinion, like fighting. He was fighting the bowling, but hitting it along the ground. And I don't think he has become acclimatized to this format of the game as in T10.
And that's outside the line of the off stump. He was looking for a wide here. Umpire Latif decided, well, that's not going to be a wide. Had his eyes in it. Let's look at this one here. Did it breach that? Well, I think it was a good call by the umpire. Jonathan Van Lang just misread that one based on the wide line. Will he go over the top of the cover, extra cover region? There are possibilities of him doing that with the bowler aiming outside the line of the off stump all along the ground this time.
I think what Van Lang was trying to do at the previous delivery, he saw a short third man, and then there was no other one there. The short third man was wide, of course, and he was trying to slice it between the wicketkeeper and the third man. Didn't succeed, almost got caught behind.
So, Williams, so far so good. 2 dot deliveries and a single. But he has a different kettle of fish to bowl to. Algu, good delivery. Just cramp him for a little bit of room. Can't do much with it. But did well enough to get a single. So you'll consider 9. We are in the 7th over. And the first 4 deliveries have just gone for 2 runs.
You've got to give David Williams some credit for a bowler that has not picked up a wicket in the tournament. I mean, this is excellent stuff. Bowling to Jonathan Van Lang and in particular Alex Algu, who's in full throttle.
Well, once he pierces the 30-yard circle, 4 written all over it. Great shot by the right-handed Alex Algo, stepping on the back foot. And look at this. He got the room, he got the width, and made good use of it, Williams. It's outside the line of the off stump, and Van Lang on the back foot, getting it away down towards the boundary for 4. Well played.
Yes, good shot. It's nice to see batsmen pick the gaps. Lovely, beautiful, extravagant cover drives. Nothing better. No better spectacle. Not a one, but nicely knocked down at cover.
And a very good over by David Williams. Just 6 runs coming off it. Taking into consideration, it was 7th over that he was asked to bowl. 72 for the loss of 2. Sinclair started in a blaze of glory. 10 from 7. Anderson 17 from 16. Algo still fighting it out in the middle. 39 from 13. Still 3 overs remaining there, Naeem. If they can get another 30 runs, they'll go past the 100, makes it very, very competitive.
Yes, almost pitiful for the fielding side with playing with some 3 players short in this particular game. And it's almost heartbreaking to watch them because they've got to, the power play is now over, so they have that chance of scattering their field just a little bit. But it's stress and disadvantage on their side. Good to see them just coming to the fore and putting on a fight here.
Yes, surely, I do agree with you, and it's been a good fight so far. I mean, 10.29 runs and over, 72 for the loss of 2. They've done well in the field. And the last 3 overs now, can the Caimans capitalize? Let's see, Algo is still there so far, so good. He has played well for his 39, just off 13 deliveries.
Straight to the man down at long on. Just a single. But if they can't capitalize, it will be their own undoing. Because in all the circumstances that we have spoken about so far, playing against a lesser amount of players in that team, and they have the advantage from ball 1. And to be at 73 for 2 in over number 8, you've got almost 2 full overs. You have the advantage, you should capitalize.
So here's Neelan Cadogan once again. And that's beaten outside the line of the off stump. Van Lang, he was looking to go through the covers, missed it. And the effort here by Neelan Cadogan is very commendable. Tall, well-built as equivalent, walking back with a reasonable pace to the top of his mark. This is crunch time. Needs to be impeccable with every single deliveries. Think it out. Maybe use a few slow deliveries or so. He has not been an exponent of the slower ball. Van Lang in strike. Again, beaten for pace outside the line of the off stump there. Is this the zone where Van Lang is going to struggle and Cadogan has worked his man out? That was very close to the line of the off stump, Naeem.
Well, I think in every department, Cadogan worked out Van Lang in this particular over. He was at a loss. That was a slow delivery. It crept along the ground. He was in no man's land.
Get to the pitch, he should be told. Good delivery, Yorker into his toes. And nicely fielded out on the boundary, squeezed away there. But that was an excellent delivery, well played.
Well played and great bowling. We've had 2 dot balls and a single coming off the 2 other deliveries in the over. I'll go 40 runs, coming in 14.
Well, left alone once again. Misjudgment here by Alex Algo. For the second time in this innings, we have seen him do this. Let's see. Oh, that's a good delivery there. Should have gone after it. What was he looking at? Badly misjudged.
But there's no slip, and the third man is all the way back to the boundary. Little chopper squeeze through the offside. Absolutely brilliant over here from Neelan Cadogan. He's had the players drawing maps there, confusing them with the pace of the ball. Excellent.
Yes, 3 runs coming off that over, 3 dot balls as well. Excellent over. He completes his 2, none for 13, Neelan Cadogan, 75 for 2, 8 overs gone. They're scoring at 9.38, and you look at those high-rise bars. In over number 7, it's dropped. Took off a little in over number 6, by far the better over for them. But this has been excellent bowling by the Hawks.
And in difficult circumstances, so you must give these youngsters credit. They have held back the scoring rate, especially of Alex Algu, who was struck off just 16 balls, 41 runs.
Yes, and you look at pace bowling. His strike rate is 181 against spin, 279.17. 87 runs against pace and 67 against spin. But he needs to come good in this over. He has the strike. Can't be comfortable on 41 from 16 when you start in a blazing fashion and just 2 overs to go. Must be the time that he chooses to go after it. Like this one, well bowled. That was a little slow delivery. David Williams right on target. Nothing is wrong with the bat. But in this fashionable way, when you don't get it the way you want it, time you glare at that willow.
Like the fox and the grapes, right?
Well, I guess if anything was wrong with it, he would have been calling for one from the dressing room. It just was a good delivery by David Williams. Thinking slow, medium bowler. Maybe the right kind of bowlers to get when it comes to the closing stages. Banged it back. Did he get some fingers onto it? Out towards the boundary. There's protection out there. They're going back for 2. And the return will come in now. That was hit very, very hard. Yes, got it on the fingers there. Rings the hand. But in the end, actually saved 2.
You look at the projected score, 92 only. I mean, with all the batters inside of the pavilion that you have and the good strikers outside, you would expect the projected rate should have been much more. And
slow delivery. Well disguised once again. And Alex Algo looks up to the heavens. Completely outfoxed there, the right-hander. And this is another. We're going to have 3 overs, actually, where they found it very difficult to score. Already 50% of the overs completed. 2 dot balls and just at 2. But that can change. Still 3 deliveries to come. That's flicked away. It's gone away down towards the boundary. Touches the white rope now. That came up nicely off the bat. Great timing. Maybe just slanted down the leg side. Yes, it was. And nicely picked up and put away for a boundary.
Well, it's good to see that Algu can flex his muscles and just break the shackles. They've been bogged down for the past 3 overs.
Yes, and it's curtailed the scoring rate mightily indeed. So the Hawks will consider themselves doing well. Take some heart, David Williams. Was a bad ball and put away for 4. He will want to line it differently this time. And that's bang. You can hear the sound. It's gone. It's a huge one. That's a half century for Alex Algu. His 2nd in the tournament, complementing his 8th at MMZ. Today, 53 runs, 21 balls, 1 4, 6 sixes, a strike rate of 252. Congrats to him. And look how we brought up the 50. Over the top of extra cover. Great shot indeed. And the youngster continues to put runs on the board.
Good, sensible stuff there from David Williams as well. And we had seen 2 great innings today, 53 coming in 21 deliveries from Alex Algu, and earlier we had Sachin Singh, who got past the 50 mark in 21 deliveries as well. And these are the most runs accumulated over the 200 mark. The lone batsman is Quinton Sampson. Akshaya comes down the line with 179, and then Alex Algu for 160.
Well done, Borishan. Has played well. So 1 over remain now. Can they get to 3 figures? Algu on 53 from 22. Jonathan Van Lang 7 from 9. And both of them are explosive hitters. You will like to think they'll get to 3 figures. Sheldon Charles will be bowling the final over.
I'll be very disappointed if they can't get to 3 figures. These men have been pretty dominant. I think you have to give the bowling department a lot of credit to restrict them to 87 for 2 in over number 9. But in all the circumstances, I thought that they would have gone past the 100 mark.
Well, they have a chance to do so, but this guy here, Sheldon Charles, very nice individual, had a little chat with him, and he's just asking the fielder to go further on the wide long-on boundary. Van Lang is in strike. Let's see where Charles is going to pitch. Off the back foot, this has beaten the cover. Does it has enough? It doesn't, but it will go back and complete 2. Ball outside the line of the off stump.
Sheldon Shin Charles. You should insert that name in the middle because of the mighty blow that he sustained on his shin and did not even rub it.
I heard you use a Creolese language in describing that knock. What was it, Naeem?
Kataks.
Kataks.
That's how it sounded, actually.
Going after his man in the air. Will the catch be taken, saved on the boundary? I think it was good judgment. Rather than come diving through, stayed back and knocked it down and prevented a boundary.
How this young man is not limping, I simply can't fathom. Sheldon Shin Charles. And I'm not seeing any evidence that he has on a shin pad or any protective gear.
Well, he's very, very strong there. Maybe on the bone a little later on. Some ice might be added to that.
Big one. That's gone all the way. All the way. Maximum, he middled that one. Got it in the center of the bat.
Yeah, we shall certainly look at that again. Whereas it pitched outside the line of the off stump, had everything, and he connected well. Great shot once again by Alex Algu. And he should be going at everything here now. Not with any madness or whatsoever. He has been there for a long time. He has his eyes in. Keep your eyes on the ball.
It reminds me a little bit of Kyron Pollard. Algu, he's very strong between mid-on and mid-wicket. He goes into that direction as often as possible. Miscalculated. Inside edge. Down towards long on. 2 runs. Good bit of running there. And you have to give them some compliments. 96 for the loss of 2. Now 98.
Yes, we just add that 2 and make it 98. But save some thought here by Sheldon Charles. Well disguised delivery, and you looked at him pulling back the length of the delivery. Had Algus training to get to it. He milked it for 2. But good thinking by Sheldon Charles.
As I said, I've been disappointed if they don't get to at least 100. Just too short of that. Now it's well over the 100 mark. Because that's a maximum. Pitched into that same spot that I told you about, where Algu reminds me of Kyron Pollard between long on and mid-wicket. It's pretty strong there. Look at that.
Yes, and given the luxury once again to swing through the line of the delivery was a little bit up in comparison with the previous one. Didn't make too much height. And this man is on a roll. 67 from 25.
He's on fire. And the sunshine has come back as though it's celebrating this particular inning. 67, 25 balls. This is big and high. Would it be taken? Someone is getting on there. He does. Ramsamy takes the catch. He's settled there very, very high. And he had a lot of work to stay there and wait for a long time. Ended up taking what ended up to be a very good catch. Simple but good.
Yes, the judgment there was impeccable by Zainul Ramsami. And look at these two batsmen. They're coming back to the pavilion, feeling that they've done a good job. And I think anything over 100 is going to be difficult to chase down here. 67 from 26, 1 4 and 8 sixes. 10 from 7, Kevin Sinclair. Anderson 17 from 16. Van Lang scoring 10. So, good knock by the batting team so far. Once you get past 100, you can expect a good match. A wicket each for Akshaya Prasad, Sheldon Charles, and Totaram Bishun. 104 for the loss of 3. Cadogan tried his best. Very economical. Just 13 knocked off his 2 overs. And 94, 95, they'll be asked to score for victory here this afternoon. 105 rather, I beg your pardon. Where did I get that 95 from? We'll take a little break and we'll be right back. Yes, well, it will take a sucker punch from 9 men to deliver a blow that will unseat 11 guys who are sitting high on 105. Welcome back to Enmore here this afternoon. We're going to watch the reply to that 105. And it can be anybody game here this afternoon. You never know what can transpire out in the middle. Kimman's against the Demerara Hawks. The Demerara Hawks will be looking for victory here. 160 are asked to do in just 10 overs. Can they get there? The conditions are certainly conducive for cricket. It has been like this for the entire day. Lovely wind coming in across the ground. You can feel the calming influence of those trade winds, and we shall see that reply. In fact, the Caimans, 104 for the loss of 3. Alex Algo, 67 from 26. Fantastic innings from him. Kevlon Anderson, 17 from 16. Kevin Sinclair, 10 from 7. Akshaya Prasad, well bowled, 1 for 9. Charles, 1 for 32 from his 2. And Total Ambition, 1 for 19 from 1. With me in the comebacks, John Ramsing. Hello to you, John. 105 here for victory this afternoon. Whose match do you think it's going to be?
These teams desperately need to come off the bottom of this points table. Hawks, just 1 win from 8 matches. And they've gotten some points from those no results. Caimans, 2 victories they've had. But to add to that, desperately need to get a move on the positive side of this points table. Anacondas continue to do well. Yes, good afternoon, Indrajit. Hello, everyone. Good conditions for cricket here at Enmore. Good to see the tournament has resumed the Guyana T10 Blast. Bernard Bailey will pick up the attack. But 104 for 3. I think the Caimans wanted more than that. But good stuff from the 9-man Hawks team. That flock of Hawks, just 9 of them. But they've done very well to restrict the Caimans to just 104 with 7 wickets in hand. They were not given a lot of opportunities for big boundaries, and it seems as if they were not prepared to play lots of shots.
Yes, so the battle lines have been drawn here, and we are about to witness that reply by the Hawks. Sometimes they say adversity can bring out the best, not only in an individual, but in a team effort as well. Afras Budu is going to take strike, while his partner, the non-striker end, is David Williams. Bernard Bailey will pick the bowling up.
Lots of promise from this young man from Albion. Highly spoken of in the community, and especially in the whole Berbice County. His teammates, clubmates, Devendra Bishu, and of course, Sinran Chatagoon speak highly about him as a young player. One for the future as well. So really has an opportunity now to make a name for himself, go big impression on this tournament. And now that some of the other players are not featuring, good for him to really get a score to stay in the team.
That was a good-looking shot. Kept his eyes on the ball, back into his thumbs, and it came off the meat of the bat into the offside field. We saw him in the under-19 inter-county tournament. Did look good. And you're right, a lot of shout-outs from Berbice coming towards the ears of this youngster. They're wishing him all the best. And if he wants to be a hero, today's the day to choose to be that.
Oh, that's a gorgeous shot, but cannot get past Kevin Sinclair. He's going to be run out.
Oh, I feel so sorry for him. It was sweetly timed. Hit almost with perfection, but to the fielder and looking for the single, what a way to get out.
And look at that nervous grin he had on his face as well. And now the dejection is very evident on Afras Budu. Gone without scoring in the first over. None for 1, the Hawks, in the worst possible start ever.
Yes, and we played it to a man with safe pair of hands, Kevin Sinclair. He's not going to miss out on those. And the youngster walks back and look at Bernard Bailey. Broad smile across his face. This is a bad start. Not the kind of start you expect when you're chasing down 105. Look at that. Sweetly timed, straight to Kevin Sinclair. There was never going to be a single there. Why take on the challenge?
It had 4 written all over it. But Kevin Sinclair was in the way. And I think Afras Budu as well realized that it was a shot that could have gotten him a boundary. he was actually out of his crease way past the halfway mark. And when the return came in, he was not even in the frame. Tomani Caesar, the new batsman, wicket-keeper batsman as well for the Hawks. As well, another young player with potential and now with an opportunity.
Good to see him out in the middle. Played in the last game as an opener and never actually had a bat out in the middle. So it's good to see him coming in here. Doesn't look bad at all. Good looking flowing shot off the back foot into the offside field. But Bernard Bailey's on a high here. He's been touching down right where it's expected.
Runs off the bat. First run of the innings. So the run chase is now on its way. But a team that is so depleted, and to lose a wicket very early, especially the wicket of Afras Buru, with so much of potential. Now David Williams opening the batting will have lots of responsibilities there. That really sets you back even further in the Jeet.
Of course, John, where their back is against the wall, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And David Williams, his last game, 42, was a very fine knock. That's wide outside the line of the off stump and signal wide too. You must back yourselves. Irregardless what situation faces you out in the middle, you have a job to be done. Do it to the best of your ability. In the end that you lose, you know that you have given it your all.
So after a string of single-digit scores, the last score, like you said, 4-2 for Williams, he is a much better player than those single-digit scores. Nicely played, flicked away. This will give him some runs, 4 of them. Placement was good as well.
And off the toes, look at this one here. Brilliantly played, picked it up nicely and got the gap he was looking for and gets the boundary as well. He looks so good. 1 over gone, it's 6 for the loss of 1.
When the Caimans batted, this is what they got. 67 from Algu. 10 apiece from St. Clair. And in the end, 17 from Captain Kevlin Anderson as well. So useful contributions. A wicket apiece to Prasad, Charles, and Toto Rambishun. Quite interesting, not a single extra conceded from the Hawks when they were hunting in that nine flock.
It's full marks for that. Excellent in the field indeed. Lived up to the expectation. Not flustered at all by what happened to their team. Just a 9-man team here this afternoon. Nicely pointed out there, John. Not a single extra. That's good to see. Mahim Khan has come into the bowling attack now. We've seen him with bat in the hand. Looks so good on occasion. And not bad at all with the ball.
.99 to get from 54 deliveries. For the tournament's sake, it would be good if the Hawks can get some points. Really need to make it competitive, especially at the top. Very short, quick delivery. Forced up from Khan. Quite interesting in the Jeet. Just a single. Sometimes with these bats, the ball gets so quickly to the fielders in the deep. What would have been previously 2 runs or even 1.5. Suddenly a half that turns into 1.
That's why you just curtail the aggression. You can still be aggressive, but calculated there. You get it straight to the fielder, sometimes no run, sometimes just a single. And it's amazing of the evolution of the bat over the years.
Two is the call, and 2 it is. Got the gap, did not get it in the middle of a bat there, David Williams. And that might have saved him because hitting against this high wind, the fielder's right back at long on and a bit wide as well. So Williams really had to get it over that fielder, or in this case, in the gap.
Yeah, just toss it up a little bit more. Take some pace off it. He's been hitting it a little bit too short. The right-handed Mahim Khan should have learned from what the rest of the bowlers did here. Had a golden opportunity to look.
You've seen the 3 fielders are running around on the second attempt. Now he's making it look like a clown show a little bit there. So wicket number 2 going down for the Demerara Hawks. David Williams, the big one, gone for 6, 9 for 2.
And Kevlin Anderson there did that exactly for FL Sports camera John Ramsing. He didn't bobble it. He deliberately knocked it up, and then took the catch. So another one has gone here. This is serious trouble now faced by the Demerara Hawks. Mind you, they're just a 9-member team.
He was chasing a wide delivery. Took it on a second attempt and showed control. And then actually, like you said, for the cameras, just juggling a little bit, Kevlin Anderson. But that really is a big scalp, David Williams. And this is the man that has really been carrying this team on his shoulders or on his wings, if you want to call it that. Captain Akshay Prasad. Good strike rate for him. 79, we saw that innings as well. So it's really a good time for the captain to come. He has been the reason that his team has been getting some useful scores, have been competitive. But without that support at the other end, sometimes it's too much for Akshay to do. And in the end, the team just can't get over the rope. But batting in the middle, we saw him batting in previously at the top of the innings. Look at a useful knocks right through, except for that game against the Kimans. You want to do much better than that 5. He's been in form. He's the go-to man for the Hawks.
Definitely, and that 74 at Maltino's against the Pitbulls was a top-class T10 innings. Tremendous shots all over the place.
Oh, it stuck. Kevin Sinclair. But look at the shot. First up from Akshay Prasad with all the promise and all the stats behind him. First delivery, losing his shape, looking very ugly indeed in trying to go through the onside. The ball was outside his off stump. Flighted delivery. See, losing his bottom hand. And as he was getting away from Kevin Sinclair, stuck with the right hand. Look at the dejection on Akshay's face. Gone without scoring. 9 for 3 for the trouble for the Hawks, not only in this game, in the tournament.
Yes, John and skipper Akshay Prasad. This is another day of cricket. And I'm afraid Kevin Sinclair took that one in the air nicely too, moving away towards his right. Very easy catch. It looked difficult, but in the end, he made it look so simple. And the Sinclairs, they're known for their fielding all, whether he or his cousins, they have been doing a great job in the field for the trouble here. Let's look at this one again. Well, badly mistimed it. The inner edge found in the air. And look at that one. Nicely judged by Kevin Sinclair. He's an athlete, man, and he's going to take that 10 out of 10 time. And look at the jubilation as he looked to take it back as he get the ball into the air. 9 for 3, we're in over number 2. This seems as though it's going to end very, very early.
Mahim Khan has done a hat trick. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Rampatab Ramnath, who's also a top-order batter. But was asked to bat in the middle. At least get some run chase over the line. Some late order hitting as well. Mahim Khan on a hat trick. Hat trick averted. Sometimes it's difficult, especially in these forms of cricket in the G, to try to block out a hat trick ball and also to score.
Yes, I agree with you, John. Never easy. Pressure. State of the mind. Yes, yes. And they decided against it. We already seen here at Enmore was Raymond Perez who started, took a hat trick here. And then Devon Lord, a helmet trick. So some bowlers are having their time. 2 of us gone. 9 for the loss of 3.
2 wickets, 3 runs in that over from Mahim Khan. Excellent from him and the Kimans. Yeah, Devon Lord is actually playing for the Kimans. We may see him in action a bit later on. Still to come, Cadogan, Ramsamy, Charles Bishon. So not a lot of batting on paper there. And like I said, like we've been saying all the time, it's a 9-man team at this stage. So the end can be very near. We can look at this instead of saying 9 for 3, you can pretty much say 9 for 5. Got 2 already gone.
Yes, certainly, and I hope that wicket column actually, well, it can't pass the 9 runs because they don't have too many more to come here this afternoon. It's a pity, but this is the way life goes sometimes. Kevin Sinclair has now come into the attack. I want to see Kevin do a little somersault at some time, maybe not in this match. For heaven's sake, we want to see a game here. And Kevin Sinclair, just 4 wickets so far. Best figures 2 for 7 from 2 overs. You want to repeat that this afternoon.
How many?
Nicely flighted. Good start from Sinclair. He was in the company of Carl Hooper recently. So I'm hoping that some of the experience and knowledge of Carl Hooper would rub off. But he's made a name for himself recently, Kevin Sinclair.
Middle. Right arm roll.
International cricket has been consistent on the regional and domestic circle. So he's really been doing well, Kevin Sinclair.
Yes, John, certainly. Shout of catch it, has he taken it? Yes, he has taken it, and he has to go Rampatab, Ram North. 10 for the loss of 4. We are in the 3rd over, and they're crumbling here. Not as grains, but John, they're crumbling like real crumbs. Sorry sight out in the middle.
Taking on a second attempt. Maybe that was pitched up. A little bit of turn. There it was. Hitting down the wrong line. Had to turn his wrist over, but hitting it straight back up the track. And Sinclair completes a simple catch. No score, 10 for 4 like you said. And all sorts of trouble. The troubles continues for the Demerara Hawks. Cadogan, we've seen that he can play some shots. But this time, it's not a situation where you want to see him playing too many shots. He needs to consolidate a little bit. Then perhaps he can go for some shots because 95 is still far away. 4-6 deliveries still to go in this game as well. So you need to spend time at the crease.
Yes, and it's very difficult to see them winning from here on unless somebody play out of their skin, out of what is expected of them. Bat out your allotment of 10 overs might be the way to go. Set up yourself for a few other matches to come. But Kevin Sinclair already taken a wicket here this afternoon with his 2nd delivery that he has sent down. Took a great catch in the field, blasted a 6 and 4 when he batted, and was then given out by the umpire leg before wicket. So no doubt deep inside of him, he wants to continue to do well. One of the few players given an opportunity that has made the most of it, like this youngster.
He's going to play his shots, Cadogan. He's not going to look at that wickets column and say 4 wickets are down. Time to consolidate. No, if the ball is there to hit, he's going to hit it.
Yes, and given generous flight indeed there. And Cadogan, you can't be bowling deliveries like that to him. He's going to smack those, and he did with that one. A huge hit indeed by Neelan Cadogan.
His assignment is very simple. See ball, hit ball.
And hit it hard.
89 to get from 45. You can see this pitch is turning a little bit now. A little bit of turn here for Sinclair.
Yes, and that's because, John, a little bit of dust has been created here. No doubt some foot marks as well. So once you touch down in those positions, it's going to give you some turn. Kevin, not a big turner of the ball.
Sack it down.
So they require for the 87 from 43 deliveries, and the run rate continues to climb, 12.14.
Good over. A wicket and 9 runs, 3 gone, 18 for 4.
Yeah, and the struggle continues here for the Hawks. And the Kimmans, they are smelling victory. Versamy Pramod, 13 wickets, 10 apiece for Ashmead Ned and Garfield Phillips. 3 bowlers with 8, Barnwell, Sinclair and Mickle. And 3 with 7, Ramsamy, Hitharamani and Devon Lord. So these are the guys that are the top of the wickets taken table. They have done well. Congratulations to them. And I guess when next season come, they'll be looking to repeat that performance. And while this season is on, to improve those wicket-taking deliveries.
2 for 3 in his first over. Khan is back. Over pitching. Hit hard over the boundary. 1 bounce, in fact, 4.
Well, they say give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, John. And he picked that up. Look, that was a full toss outside the line of the off stump. Easy shot. Great shot.
The gap easily found as well. That full toss was begging to be hit. So Mahim Khan running in with the breeze. So even if it was not intended to be that full with this breeze, may very well push that ball.
And now John, he's deciding where to bowl. First, he was going over the wicket, and now he decided to come back round the wicket. Let's see where will he pitch at this occasion. And that's a better delivery. Right on target. Tomani Caesar is not going to be flustered here. Looks a very confident young man. Looks very well organized.
Second full toss of the over. Could have been 2, but it took the first one pretty casually. Not putting pressure on the field at all.
Yeah, so has rotated the strike. Back comes Neelan Kadagan. And it's going to be interesting here if Mahim Khan is going to toss it up like he did to Tomani Caesar. Will well be advised against that. Just bring your man forward. Let him come down the track. Good delivery. Right into the block hole there. Can't do too much with that one. He's a tall guy. And getting down Cadogan, he has done well.
There he goes. This one's high in the air, but not far enough. And he's out, holding out that long on. This is a big field in the G. Previously at Metamezor at Maltinos, that would have been 6, but not at Enmore. Cadogan goes for 7. 23 now for the loss of 5.
And hitting against a very strong wind coming in from the north there. Might have very well undone him. Good catch. Well judged on the boundary rope there. Very close to it. Kept his balance as well. And another one has bitten the dust, John. That's how many? 5 gone? I'm not going to stay in my seat for much more. Just cut short my stint. And I'm going to introduce Naeem Chan with you, John.
Meanwhile, the new batter, Zainul Ramsami. Very tall young man. Former youth captain for his county side. So has leadership experience as well.
I prefer to describe him as long and not tall. It's extremely long. And because he's very slender in frame, he appears longer.
Shahid Veer, the wicket keeper for the Caimans, is very tall. I look at him next to Vera.
The two of them are competing, actually. Look at them, their height.
Another successful over for Mahim Khan. Look at his spell. 2 overs, 3 for 8. After 4 overs, 23 for 5. The Hawks looking to get 105 to win or to bat out 10 overs.
I prefer the former, to be quite honest.
The lowest score of the tournament, the Piranhas got 48. So if the Hawks do not get 48, they will have the lowest score of the tournament.
Right arm.
So far, Bailey 1 over, none for 6. Sinclair 1 over, 1 for 9. But Mahim Khan 2 overs, 8 dot balls, 3 for 8. Good stuff from the young off spinner.
It's good to see that he was quite on target. Now, what do we do? It's like a game of patient expectation. Everyone is, there's a lull around the place in the com box. Just missing the outside edge. I think Tumani Caesar was in all sorts of trouble there. Didn't read that. Groping around, searching around. Not sure for what.
Almost bowled as well here, 9. Pretty close.
Now that's a faster one. Intelligent stuff here from Kevin Sinclair. First one slower, this one faster. Gives it a lot of variety.
Middle. Right arm roll. 4 more.
It is his second over. Was given out when he was batting pretty early. Picked up a wicket now. Caught on ball earlier.
Look at that. I figure that's the straighter one. Beautiful. Very, very good bowling. The guy was groping forward, Zainul Ramsamy, and the ball went through straight. Now this one turns.
He looks a lot of footage of Miraz from Bangladesh, Sinclair. So he loves the way he bowls as well. As an off spinner, you tend to look at a lot of Miraz's games. Reverse sweeping now, chase is on. Will barely get there, yes. It is a big field. He'll come out for the second.
Talk about spin. I see the West Indies emphasizing some spin in their squad for the T20 World Cup. Aki Hussain, Gudakesh Moti. Swept away, can't get the single. Stop down at backward square, that's the end of the over. 5 gone, halfway mark, 27 for 5, and effectively it's like 27 for 7.
4 runs for Kevin Sinclair's second over. 1 for 13 from his 2. 27 for 5. Still to come, Morbi's Caimans, Esquibo Anacondas tomorrow, followed by the Demerara Pitbulls and the Esquibo Jaguars. So another doubleheader tomorrow night as we get towards the end of this tournament, which is scheduled to end on May 12th, Mother's Day. That would be a good gift for mothers.
Well, John, if I'm to ask you, what in your mind did you see during this tournament that is exhilarating or encouraging for cricket at this format? Think up of a few things. I can think of a few good fielding stints from Thaddeus, from the Samson brothers, then this youngster that took that diving catch, possibly the best in the tournament. In the meantime, swung around to backward square. They've gone for 1. It will not get to the boundary. We'd have to wait and see whether there's any signal coming from the umpire. Middle stump knocked out of the ground. Stifled appeal. Umpire's not interested.
That's Mahib Khan for you, chasing the ball all the way down towards that fine leg boundary. Had to get in the foot to stop it. Got back into play and look at the return. All the way to the base of the stump, hitting the middle stump out of the ground. But good thing for Caesar, he was back in his crease.
Now that's the thing, one of the items I just listed, fielding. A Thaddeus Lovell, a Samson, or Nigel, what's his name? Deodat. They would have been plunging. This youngster just groped forward using his legs to stop it.
And that's one thing I can say coming to the 4. Look at Sankar. 3 wickets for him. Best of 2 for 11
Run.
against the Jaguars. But other than that, just gone for some runs. Sankar with first class experience. One of the things that is coming to the fore in such a tournament is the fact that players that we would not have heard of previously getting opportunities, like those players you mentioned as well, really putting their hands up. In the air, Mahim Khan is running around, just couldn't get there in time. Good effort. That's A+ for effort from Mahim Khan, one of the players that we would not have heard of previously, but coming to the fore now and really putting in some good efforts.
So apart from fielding, exposure. A replay of what John just described that as fantastic effort. Let's see this one. Mahim Khan again. Single this time.
Then players had to make the adjustment. So we see that mental capacity as well being utilized, because earlier in the tournament we saw some slow scores and players not necessarily adapting quickly to the fast pace of the game. He's out-stumped. Drawn out of his crease, and in the end the keeper completing a good stumping. Tomani Caesar, wicket keeper as well, is dismissed. Stumped off the bowling of Steven Sankar. Gone for 13 from 15 deliveries. They've lost their 6 wickets now. 32 in over number 7, number 5, number 6.
But I think that the Steven Sankar drew him out of the crease, did not bowl what his official delivery, which is leg spin. And that one went straight through, trapping the batsman out of his ground. But there were a few good knocks also, John. Apart from the great timing from Samson's bat, I saw Jonathan Fu. That was a fantastic knock where he timed it very well. He was like singling out little boys from big men. Super knock when he got into his 50s.
Charles, your batter? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The awareness of some of these batters to adjust is something that you must look at as a positive as well. And then the players like Charles, who plays for Essequibo and plays in the county of Essequibo, getting that exposure. So exposure is something that is very big, not only because of the 90 players that are being exposed, but also the live stream. So the rest of the world is seeing these players.
Faster ball, not equal to the task. That's over number 6 gone, 32 for 6. Live stream, of course, absolutely your responsibility. I know that you're getting deeper and digging real deeper as far as acquiring equipment and all of that is concerned.
There were standard performers in this game, which is heading in one direction. So the Caimans all over the Hawks. Yeah, live stream is part of the modern game these days. And because of internet, it's making it so much easier. We can go into any part of Guyana and you can see what's happening. Best bowling figures of the tournament, 4 for 6. That's Devon Lord for you.
I wouldn't be surprised if you bid for the next World Cup. On the agenda? Appeal, and he's given out. So one collapse after another. Frequent trips to and from the pavilion. That's what we're seeing here from the Hawks.
Played into the cover region, and again cannot keep Kevin Sinclair out of the game. Sends a firm return to the wicketkeeper Shahid Vera, and finding Charles short of his crease.
Short of a good length.
Did not trouble the scorers. Total Ambition making his way into the middle now. 73 to get from 22, but this really is the last pair of batters at the crease. Previous lowest score of the tournament, 48. So now the Hawks may have that record after this innings.
Not exactly a nice record to have. We have our own records in the box. The best meal ever served. Lots and lots of records tumbling here.
Middle. Middle leg. Left arm wrong. 4 more.
It's getting a bit dark now, Naim. Total ambition, the left arm Chinaman or the Chinaman bowler. Played lots of cricket a few years ago, Bishun. Then was off the scene for a little bit. Now he's back, bringing his experience to the fore. Previously played for the Demerara Cricket Club. Now he's at Maltino's. Always been steady, always among the wickets, but was not selected higher than senior in the county. And I felt that might have had a little bit to play on his mind, and he took a break from the game.
Now, these batsmen are defending. I'm just thinking for one fleeting moment that you can get someone to a close catching position, just offer. Just make some, apply pressure. He's got a solitary slip. That's the end of the over. 7 gone, 32 for 7.
All dot balls in that over from Devon Lord. So game today earlier, the Demerara Pitbulls beating the Piranhas by 8 runs. And look at that before that. 5 consecutive games abandoned because of rain.
Let's hope the weather conditions hold tomorrow. Tomorrow is another session, doubleheader, right here at the Enmore Community Centre. Nice picturesque, rustic scene there. And the back of all of that, over the years, decades, are the sugar plantations. Tomorrow's games. So vast, open land space. Huge cultivation of sugarcane.
Looking to wrap things up now, Stephen Sankar. Aryan Prasad maintains his position at first slip. Good left arm spin as well, 20-year-old from the Georgetown Cricket Club. Haven't seen him, we've seen his teammate, Devon Lord.
Oh God, you again? You again with Ariana Slip?
Peeling off the outside part of the bat. Point comes into contention. You just get the impression that everything is just, there's a little lull. Waiting for something to happen. Something indeed happens. They get a single down to long off.
The Hawks really need to try new things. They changed their batting order, they've rotated their players, and they're still sitting at the bottom of this points table. And yet again, today they will go on to lose this game. They want to at least end the tournament on a high, winning the remaining of their matches. May not go on to the semi-final stage, but they want to finish the tournament on a high. And the likes of Total Ambition will have a big role to play with ball. Yeah, beautifully played. It's all about personal milestones, and then selectors tend to remember your last performance more than a string of performances. So he's looking to really give a good impression of himself, given this opportunity.
Hey, boy!
Faster ball. Sami just scuttling across there. Just pushing away into the onside.
A wide and 2 singles, so 3 runs in that over. Sankar 1 for 8 from his 2, 8 overs gone. 2 to go. 37 for loss, 35 for loss of 7.
I wonder what they could be discussing, the 2 batsmen out there.
The run chase never got going, really. Buru, no score. Williams, 6. Caesar, 13. No score from Passad and Ramnath with lots of expectations in the middle order. Was not to be today. Just not your day, the Hawks.
They didn't have much of any day, really, in the tournament.
Look at Mahim Khan. 8 dot balls at every bowler with a heavy percentage of dot balls.
Devin Lord in his final over.
You have to concede a run in this innings.
I like his approach though in a 10 over format. He gives it a lot of air. I saw him at Maltino's doing the same thing. Definitely confuses a lot of batsmen.
It's a tournament of left-arm spinners indeed because Garfield Phillips does a little bit with the ball as well, and he's right up there in terms of wicket takers. Where Sami Pamal, left-arm spinner as well, leading the charts.
So what exactly is Totaram Bishun thinking about? He's defending, bat and pad close together, but he's staring at a lot of impossibility. Look on the board there, 70 runs from 7 balls. He may just as well do us all the favor of coming down and attempt a big, huge shot, put it in the hands of someone.
But look at these figures from Devon Lord. Yet to concede a run. Second consecutive maiden for him. 2 overs for him, no run. And also the best bowling figures, 4 for 6, belong to Devon Lord. 1 over to go, 35 for 7.
Wickets in the tournament so far. Veerasamy Pamal living up to expectations. Arshvid Ned. And he got 6, 8 to Garfield Phillips. 6 also to Christopher Barnwell and Keon Sinclair.
7 wickets to Lord as well. That maximum 4 in the innings was very spectacular.
But apart from the 2 eights, lots of bowlers picked up 6. 6 wickets apiece.
There you go, Roti.
Final over.
Roti.
Another left-arm spinner. Aryan Prasad.
Bat on, brother, bat on. Game on.
There you go, Roti. There you go, Roti.
You said game on, Naim. That one has gone over the head of the field at mid-wicket. It was on the line of the middle stump. He picked it up nicely. And a free swing of the bat.
That was a sweetly timed shot. Picked it up, as you said, just about middle stump. In the sweet spot.
Looking to repeat the shot. So extras as well. The lowest score, like I said, 48 in the tournament. In the Caimans, they have that record. So looking to pass it on now to the Hawks.
Solid defensive shot, John.
In terms of net run rate, all out tends to work very bad as opposed to 7 wickets down because it will not appear as if they're all out. Despite overs will be ended. So that is the plan, to just bat things out. That 63 runs will not come. So it means it will be a huge victory in terms of runs for the Barbies Caimans. And if they do their net run it wonderfully well as well, it'll be a victory. And you'll see the net run rate as well for the Hawks, even going further down. Outside the line of the leg stump. So Aryan Prasad is just delaying the inevitable just a little bit.
Still have to give some credit to the Hawks, playing with short players in
One
particular.
off one.
They still steady their nerves.
And he's given off the last delivery. So Zainal Ramsamy given out leg before for 12, and it's now 43 for the loss of 8. That is the end of the innings. And anyways, big appeal going up, and he goes. 62-run victory for the Berbice Caimans over the Hawks, and it is the end of match 26 as well. Huge win for the Caimans, Naim.
As I said, they started off with on a bit of a disadvantage. We're hearing other reports. It's the lowest score in the tournament so far, 48 being the one before. Now this is 43. So the Berbice Caimans there. Now, what do we have here? Afras Budu. These are some of the new players. Not 6, but the important scores are basically Tomani Caesar got 13 from 15, 12 from 17. Not heavy scoring at all.
2 6s and 2 4s in the innings overall. Not good enough for the Hawks to really challenge that total points table for you. Hawks remain firm at the bottom. Look at the Caimans because of that net run rate. Jump straight up to third ahead of the Piranhas and Jaguars, just trailing the Pitbulls and Anacondas.
So the Anacondas formally placed in this tournament, all the way at 12 from 8 games. Other teams that have under them and played less games too.
Caimans will be back in action tomorrow against the Anacondas. That'll be a good game. And then Pitbulls in the afternoon against the Jaguars. 2 exciting fixtures ahead of us tomorrow. We hope that you can join us for another doubleheader in the Guyana T10 Blast. On behalf of Naim Chan and Indrajit Prasad and the technical team, my name is John Ram saying thank you for your time. We'll be hoping you can join us tomorrow for another doubleheader live from Enmore. Until then, take care of yourself and each other. Bye-bye.